All right, I'm going to get started here. I'm going to call the meeting to order at 6:04 p.m. for the meeting of the whole on December 7th, 2020. A quorum has been met. So can I have a roll call, please?
Mr. Craddy? Mr. Bittman?
Here.
Mr. Troy? Mr. Quagliano? Mrs. Murray?
Here.
Mr. Thompson?
Here.
Mrs. Wiley?
Here. All right, with that, we will move to the Pledge of Allegiance, and we have they're coming on in here.
Good evening, board. We've got some students here tonight from the high school, from the Thespian troop, and they're going to lead us in the pledge. Come on up, students.
Ready? Yeah, I'll count it. All right, 3, 2, 1.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Is it on?
Thank you for that.
Does this work? It does. Look at that. Thank you very much for asking us to come here today. My name is Christine DeFrancisco. I am the theater teacher at the high school and the sponsor of the Thespian Troupe. Thespian Troupe is an international honor society. Really how kids get into it is they show, they get like a commitment to theater in their after school activities and their coursework. And many of these kids have competed at the state level and are going on to some pretty good schools to study theater. So we thank you very much for taking the time to invite us. And it's like I tell everybody, being in a thespian, being in theater, it's like a year-long sport. So they start in September and they go to May, and there's no stops. And if you're a parent of one of them, you know that they're never home. So thank you for letting us monopolize their time. Thank you very much.
What productions do we have to look forward to? What's the next?
Oh, we just closed Romeo and Juliet a couple weeks ago, and that was a kind of a big one. We just got the cast list today for Little Women, the musical, and for our competition shows, which is The Great Gatsby and a show called Exit Pursued by a Bear, which I assume nobody has ever heard of. That's okay. So we have actually, with competition, gone to state pretty consistently for like the last 7 or 8 years, so there's no guarantee, but we tend to go a lot, so we're hoping to keep that going and just keep representing the school and getting our name out there. So we've become sort of within the high school theater school community, kind of a name to reckon with, and we're really proud of that. So thank you for all your support.
And you said Exit
Pursued by a Bear. Yeah, a bear. It's the famous Shakespeare stage director just as Exit pursued by a bear. And for like hundreds of years, people are like, what does that mean? Was there actually a bear on stage? And probably, but it basically is about revenge comedies and how you can get your revenge through humor.
Okay, awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are they going to introduce themselves?
They are certainly going to do that because they love attention. Go.
Go ahead. You first.
Hi, I'm Zachary Barnvos. I'm the co-president of the society here.
Now move.
Hi. Hi, I'm Sam Salimi. I'm one of the 3 vice presidents of the Thespian board. Hi, I'm Chad Sherman. I'm one of the 3 vice presidents of the troop.
Hi, my name is Caitlin Gray, and I'm also a vice president.
Hi, my name is Addison Goss, and I'm a co-student ambassador.
Hi, my name is Ainsley Robinson. I'm the other student ambassador.
Well, thank you guys very much, and Romeo and Juliet was wonderful, so we hope to see the others.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, we're going to photo. Come back here. Miss Laura? Oh, yes, you do. Unfair advantage. Oh, that. Okay.
Whole thing, but maybe, yeah.
Yeah.
We're short here, so. But we can cover very easily.
I'm theater mom.
Self-proclaimed theater mark.
Well, I'm the theater. You're I'm the fab.
Better? And now
I'm the fab.
There you are. Marcus for.
Got it.
There we go.
Good, because I was overwhelmed. I'm good.
Yep.
All right, next, we will move on to number 3, student recognition by the Board of Education.
Yes. Good evening. Just want to take a moment to recognize Tommy Nitz. But before we do, I definitely want to give kudos anytime we can to the 2 coaches who work tirelessly. They literally go from the off season to regular season of cross country to the off season of track to the regular season of track, and then start the cycle all over. So they work 365. To Mr. Matt Kaplan and Jason Monson, huge shout out and kudos to the work that they do for young people every single day in our track program and our cross country program. And I'm going to turn it over to them to do the recognition.
Thank you. Good evening. Like Dr. Beelan said, I'm Matt Kaplan. I work at Huntley High School, and Coach Monson, I know you guys have met from his whirlwind tour in the spring after his state championship track and field girls team. So we are both here to recognize Tommy Nitz here on my left. He is a junior at Huntley High School, and quite frankly, when he got to the high school, I had a feeling you guys would be meeting him before he graduated. This past fall season, a month ago, Tommy placed 21st at the state cross country meet in Class 3A, so it's the large class division that Huntley's a part of. And so he was one of the top 25, a goal that he set for himself. And it was just an accomplishment that Coach Monson and I knew was definitely a possibility for a young man who works as hard as he does. Also, I always love to mention this, that at the high school, Tommy does very well with school as well, and he does really good in all the classes that he's doing, honors, regular ed classes. This fall, he also, just a couple other accolades, he was the Fox Valley Conference champion for the 2nd year in a row. He was one of the regional champions on his way to the state meet. And Coach Monson and I, we love working with this young man. He has given a few of my gray hairs over the 3 years that I've been with him, but you won't find a harder working young man, and he makes Coach Monson and I proud, and he's the other best thing I always like to tell people about Tommy is that he loves being a part of a team, and he loves his teammates, and he loves the team success. And Coach Monson, if you want to add anything other than that, okay.
Northwest Herald Athlete Runner of the Year.
There you go. Northwest Herald Runner of the Year for the 2nd year in a row. Yep. So we do have other agenda meetings, but we could keep going on Tommy's accolades. There are a lot of them. So congratulations, Tommy, on a great year. And we have one more year with him in cross country as a senior next fall, and we're looking forward to that as well. So congratulations on this season. Thank you. We'll see you around. Congratulations. Thank you.
For a photo?
Sure. Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right, we enjoyed those. Moving on to number 4, which is public comment. I have 2 public comments. The first one, Kim Kacha.
It is Kate. Thank you.
Sorry about that.
Ooh, I couldn't say it when I first heard it. Saw it either. Took me a while. Hi, my name is Kim Skaja. My children graduated from Huntley High, and I have volunteered throughout the district in many ways, including the 22 years that I served on the board. It has been my pleasure to see this district grow and flourish into a destination school district, into the destination school district that it is, and that is sought out by many. However, recent developments have been difficult to witness. No one doubted that the board position recently vacated would be filled by Dana Wiley, regardless of who applied for the position. My comments are personal. Dana might be a wonderful person. However, her exceptionally poor behavior in this boardroom in the past, coupled with the fact that voters soundly rejected her candidacy, would normally have been a consideration against appointing her. But these are not normal times. And 3 of you would never vote for anyone who wouldn't guarantee your continued control of the district. It further distresses me to see that her first act as a school board member was to legitimize a resolution from the chairman of the Grafton Township GOP, a man who, according to the Northwest Herald, admitted to ties to a violent right-wing group that bombed a church and engaged in other illegal activities in the past, the same man who helped 3 of you get elected. The chairman's resolution included a statement that referred to District 158 faculty and staff as, quote, evil servants of perverted philosophies who foster their abominable practice upon our unsuspecting youth, end quote. Michael Thompson said he supports the resolution and doesn't think it's controversial. He further stated he feels the resolution is, quote, affirming what we believe, end quote. I'm here tonight to assure you that it is extremely controversial. District 158 is blessed with an exceptionally talented and hardworking faculty and staff who spend their days working tirelessly on behalf of our students. Shame on you for suggesting otherwise. The district has a policy in place in regards to how medication is administered at school. It's a comprehensive policy that covers all medications. It's policy 7:270. The proposed change to that policy is suggested for the purpose of promoting anger, fear, and hatred in the community. It also isolates and further stigmatizes students who are already struggling. District 158's motto is all students always. And it means all of the students, not just those few who meet your expectations. Please stop the destructive behavior and focus on supporting all of the students, regardless of your personal thoughts and feelings. The students deserve nothing less. Thank you.
Thank you for the comment. All right, moving on. There's one more comment from the Huntley Area Lions Club.
Thank you all very much for allowing us this time. My name is Mary Meyer. I am the president of the Huntley Area Lions Club, and the one who is in charge of this wonderful project that you all helped us initiate is Leslie Threadgood-Smith. And thrilled to have her. It is a mouthful. Unfortunately, the other co-chair, Deborah Ndazzo, came down with COVID and could not be here tonight, but does extend her thanks. Just, if I may, a comment about the Lions. In 1917, insurance magnate Melvin Jones decided that with all their success, that they owed the community some service. And so he formed the Lions Club. And then in 1925, Helen Keller came to speak to us at our convention here in Chicago. and asked us at that time to become the Knights of the Blind, to help people see their way out of the darkness. And that's been our primary purpose ever since. Well, thanks to Leslie and Deb, you as a district have been extremely helpful in helping us get the word out, helping us tell people that we can help with eyeglasses for those who cannot afford them, hearing aids for those who cannot afford them. The Lions Club, that is what our fundraising supplies, that among many other things. So it is with grateful acknowledge that we gratefully acknowledge the contributions that the Huntley High School District 158 has given us. And our used eyeglass collection was a success. Your continued cooperation means the world to us. The fact that we can keep boxes in all of the teachers' lounges now, the fact that we can continue to help students who may be in need means the world to us. That's what we're all about. We're here to serve. And so with that, we would like to present this plaque to you and hope that you will be able to look at it and remember all the good that you are doing. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, appreciate it. Thank you.
224, that was our first year of the drive, which I and explained that Lori Wood told me that we want to expand it to a week next year. So in 2 days, we collected 224 pairs of glasses from our district.
Thank you, ladies.
Thank you all.
Thank you. All right, moving to number 5, I don't think there's any more public comment. So revision and adoption of the agenda. Does anybody want to move anything around on the agenda? All right, with that, I will make a motion to adopt the agenda as presented with no changes. Thank you, Mr. Thompson. All right, we will do a voice call with that. So all in favor of adopting the agenda? All right. All opposed? All right, the motion passes. Okay. We'll move on to number 6, which is curriculum and instruction. Ms. Thompson.
Thank you. Dr. Retrino is going to give us an update on the Illinois Acceleration Act.
Yes. I'm going to call Mr. Truax up to the podium as he is our director of curriculum for 612, and he's going to actually lead most of this presentation.
All right, cool. Well, good evening, everyone. As Dr. McCrindle said, I'm Brian Trex, Director of Curriculum. I want to spend a little bit of time telling you about the Accelerated Placement Act, what it means for our district, more broadly speaking, why we have to support it and what we need to do about it, and then give you some time for questions. Cool. The Accelerated Plan requires our school district, as it says here, to create a system for automatic enrollment for our 9th through 12th graders. So our current 8th graders placed in 9th grade all the way through to their 12th grade year. And it's asked them to be placed in their next most rigorous level of advanced coursework within our school system. And I'll highlight what that means. And so, sorry, I apologize. And so what that means, if they meet or exceed on-state assessments. And so it's going to be on ELA, math, or science. And so, as that says, that means that within our system, if you score certain performance on IAR, PSAT, SAT, and so on, you'd be placed in the next most rigorous course in English, or in math, and or science. And so, want to describe a little bit about what next most rigorous course means. It's based off the courses that we currently offer. It does not require us to create new curriculum for this. And we have, thankfully, in our district, a wealth of opportunities for students. Students will be automatically enrolled in these courses based on their most recently available assessment data. And so that's going to be important as we kind of talk through what data we're going to be using. So I'm going to talk a little bit about this, and so hopefully it makes sense by the time we're done. So our current 8th grade students, next year's 9th grade students, depending on their scores and their 7th grade IAR for ELA, if they meet or exceed on that assessment, they would be placed into English 1 honors, because typically they would come in and take English 1 standard. And so all students who score, meet, or exceed on 7th grade IAR will be placed for 9th grade into English 1 honors. For clarity, so that you understand why we chose 7th grade, our current 8th grade students, their most recent assessment was this spring. And so that is their 7th grade IAR. And so they'll take that, we'll take that data, because it's the most recently available, and then use that to place our current 8th graders for next year. And you can see then that same thing is true for our sophomores. Next year's sophomores, the most recent data is 8th grade. We have made some small adjustments. So our 7th grade IAR math is being used to place our 9th grade students for conceptual physics, but we shift at the sophomore level to use our 8th grade ELA scores instead of our math scores, because biology is more reading focused than it is math. And then for 11th grade, we use our 9th grade PSAT, again, following that suit. And the only shift where we are able to use more recent data than spring is our fall data, because we do the PSAT and MSQT in the fall. And that allows us for our courses. So you'll notice we place English, math, science, but then there is no requirement for math and science in their senior year. So we are trying to predict what this will mean. We don't have all of this done yet, because we don't have our kids enrolled yet. But this is going to use those same criteria to just kind of explain the outcome hypothetically if we had done it this school year. So if we had done it this school year, our current enrollment for our 9th grade students in our honors courses for English 1 is 198 current students. If we were to use the current criteria based on the law, we would have 378 students placed into our honors curriculum. So you can see anything in that purple indicates an increase in that area. So we absolutely nailed it for Algebra 1 honors. It's the exact number of students, so high fives all around. But almost universally across the board, with the exception of geometry honors in our sophomore year, you see more students that would be placed as a result of using that assessment data. In some cases, as you can see, like sophomore year, English 2 honors, 349 students compared to 172. It's almost double. So what that means, there's kind of 2 parts to this. What we are going to do for our students and our families, we are asking our teachers, currently we do this each year, but it's going to place even more emphasis on this. Our teachers are going to continue their recommendation process. So they recommend what students they believe should be placed into the next English course, science course, math course. And they do that based on their current grades, their attendance, their work ethic, and their overall student performance. And we're doing that because our most recent data was this last spring, and some of our students have shifted since spring. And so we're trying to give both those data points to families. Behind the scenes, we are also working with our staff to talk through instructional strategies that they can implement, because there are more students that will be in honors courses depending on how this shakes out. And additionally, what it means to provide feedback for this new influx of students who come in. What is really important to emphasize, though, is this is a requirement on our end to place students in these courses, but it is not a requirement for students to remain in them depending on parent choice. So students and parents will be notified. It's coming up this January and February. That's when enrollment begins. And they'll be urged to consider the placement that we have to do with the state data, along with the teacher recommendation and then what they know about the courses that they're going to be placed into, and then finally, what they want for their own student. So what they have for college expectations, career expectations, and so on. Those then allow the student, the parent, along with their students, to then, if they wish, decline that placement. If they don't decline the placement, they will be moving on to that next step.
So moving forward, we know that this is going to impact a couple of issues down the road a little bit. It might actually have us make some implications for middle school in the future. There's something to be said for a child's first opportunity to accelerate to be in a credit-bearing course, which impacts your GPA. So the question that we have is, in the future, should we look at this maybe in our 6th, 7th, and 8th grade year to allow them to have that safety net to fail with some additional support without being credit-bearing? And so it's something that we're discussing. This also talks a little bit about our gifted and accelerated track. And I know, Mr. Troy, you had brought up a question a couple of weeks ago about the parent association with the group. In the past, in Huntley, we used to have a gifted cohort, and it was a whole group that was isolated over at Marlowe on their campus. I think Dr. Zier was principal over at Marlowe during some of that time. And that cohort was a small group of students who were double accelerated. And through that, a parent group was created, mainly consisting of those families, to help wrap some supports around those students, because they were twice exceptional. They needed some additional support, and it became this kind of community for them to kind of grow and build. That group we did discontinue that group about, I want to say 6, 7 years ago, and it slowly has filtered through. And so with that parent group did go ahead and dissolve. They actually did donate the rest of their funds to our district about 4 years ago for us to buy additional books to help our accelerated learners, and our district was a great thing that we're very thankful for that group to do. But this does open up the opportunity for us to look at gifted and accelerated and see what are we providing to our students. We've had some conversations even at the elementary level about what gifted looks like and if we need to revisit some of those components. And so that's something that we think we will need to look forward to in next school year. It'll also have us examine some other academic areas where we might need to have some specific placement criteria. So social studies is one of those items on there. Currently, English kind of guides the social studies placement, and so we need to have a conversation about that in the future. And then we also will want to analyze some data to determine the effectiveness of this and the changes, as well as identify some adjustments that may need to be needed. So as you can see, this is going to be a major change to some of our students, and we'll have a pretty large number of students who have not been used to being in more rigorous classwork as being recommended. And so we're going to put some thoughtful consideration around with the high school team to making sure we're communicating this as clearly as we can to families so that we can help our students be as successful as possible.
Dr. Rickard, can you just, we know that it's an act, right?
Mm-hmm.
But can you give a little background about why this came about?
Yeah, so some of this has been coming through over the last couple of years. The state of Illinois they're a very active gifted group. And then a part of the equity continuum that came out from the state of Illinois, which is on our report card, was wanting to make sure that we have representation in all of our different courses and that we aren't putting barriers in place for students internally that are not allowing those who maybe could achieve at a higher level to access courses. And so their thought is if a student is meeting or exceeding on state assessment, could they potentially do better at a higher level course? And they want to be able to open up that versus maybe allowing districts that might have some internal measures that might, with teacher recommendations, that might be holding back some students just to give some more representation in those courses. And that was a lot of the drive behind this in this act. So with that, we know that's a lot of information in a short amount of time, but if you have questions, we're both happy to answer them.
I have one, if you don't mind. What would happen if the student is in an accelerated course and feels that they're not excelling or not meeting the standards? And then what happens if during testing they find that they're not meeting the standards? How is that adjusted in this model?
So right now we follow the same structure we currently do, which is traditionally students are with that placement, they stay in that course usually for that semester, and then additional changes are made at semester when necessary. And then that testing each year would adjust for that student need. Right? We also have some internal measures that we could consult if we need to, but we're using those state assessments as the major benchmark.
And each child's assigned a school counselor, and so they're able to have those conversations and those wraparound supports throughout. So the hope would be that we'd be able to identify that and help provide some support early on.
And will the courses that are accelerated be offered traditional and blended, or just traditional, or just blended?
It just depends on that course. So some of them don't have a blended offering, and then they would not be opened up as blended, but if they have a blended opportunity, then that would continue to be available as well.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm curious, I scratched a few different notes here.
Mm-hmm.
One is, and you're going to have to help me a little bit, I believe that AP is considered even higher than the honors courses. So if you have students that are accelerated, that considered double accelerated, or is that still a choice that still fulfills this legislative mandate?
So that's a good question. So a couple of things to that. One is the placement is there, but it doesn't prevent them from selecting above when that's available. So it doesn't lock them into that. So that's the first thing. The second thing is that part of the reason that we left off social studies as an example is there's no honors equivalent until it's AP. And that felt like for some students that was going to immediately jump them into those. It also, we have some students right now who, like our 8th grade students, some of them are taking English 1 honors already. So they're not going to be required to take English 1 honors next year again. They would then go to their next available placement. I don't know if that answers your question.
It did, and
okay.
I anticipated the next one.
Okay.
Thank you for doing that
Yeah.
as well. And then one of the things that I know, because I watched my kids go through something similar, mandate obviously, is grading the emotional component of being ready for that additional rigor. Just because they're academically ready, is there some way or some mechanism to gauge whether they're social emotionally ready to take on the additional rigor? Because that rigor being forced into it and then taking a step back because it's too much, but even from a time commitment, you have student athletes that are part of this too, and so there's a lot of time that goes into this, into their day as it is, and how does that impact this, if at all?
So for the automatic placement, it doesn't, because they're literally just saying, based on that one test score you met, so therefore, Mr. Troy, you're going to be placed in English 1 honors. The teacher recommendation takes much of that into account.
Okay.
So when we go into that, teachers are looking at what is their work ethic, what are their habits, are they turning things in on time, do they get stressed out with too many assignments? They take all of that into their recommendation. So it's going to be very important for our families to look at both of those side by side,
Sure.
and then talk with their child about what would make sense and based on the career path that they're hoping for to make that decision. But you're right, that is a missing piece to this. It's strictly one test score at this time. This is your placement.
And that's the part that bothers me, is that one test score, congratulations, you've been accelerated. That from a legislative standpoint, that seems very overwhelming, that we try and strive for not making things hyper intensive based on one test score, and yet here we are taking a different march and saying, oh yes, by the way, one test score is going to do this. Even when kids take the SAT, they go and take it multiple times so that they can gauge themselves, they can improve their scores, right, for college and whatnot. And yet here, again, one test score, congratulations. I think that's somewhat disingenuous by the legislators that put this in, despite the good intention. I think the good intention here is that, yes, we want to see you do more rigorous work, right? And I think that student growth is a good thing to do. However, to me, there's just a little bit of discontinuity. But I guess that's how these things begin. They get refined, they get discussed. We go back to the drawing board and sharpen the pencil and make it a little bit better the next time.
And to your point, I would say it's part of the reason that we made sure we only focus on English, math, and science when we could have opened it to social studies, because there's a pretty clear equivalent there. And it's part of the reason that we wanted to make sure that we do consult with teachers and make sure we get a little bit of feedback, because one test score 8 months prior to enrolling the next time is.
Sure.
Yeah.
And then the other thing, and this is more towards the superintendent, is how does this affect staffing?
Yeah.
That's a huge component of this too, because now instead of maybe one section or two sections of this, now you've got to blow this up and you're doing 5 sections.
Potentially. So one thing I wanted to, just before answering that is, a piece that I think regardless, anytime we're making a recommendation or doing placement of students into a classroom, the piece that still exists and should, and probably will be enhanced even more, is that conversation between the families and the teachers about that piece. So it's not, here's your test score, here's our recommendation on the paper, go home and talk about it. That conversation needs to happen between, if you're teetering on that edge, because to me, this is saying, hey, you're recommended, you have the opportunity for exposure, but let's talk about it. If there's a concern, and as the educator, I a little bit am worried about whether or not Jessica could handle that class. I feel like I should have that conversation. Ultimately, the family's going to make that choice. But I guess, in a sense, they have that choice right now, right? If I really want to be in that honors, and that's not the recommendation, we're probably going to allow the student to do that in current days anyway. In terms of the staffing component, it potentially could. If you remember, our number of students are the same. They're all going to be taking English. And so the number of honor sections maybe we're offering might be more than our regular English one. And so that shift will have to happen about maybe the number of sections that I might be teaching on that. But we don't anticipate that this will impact the number of staff we need, maybe what they're teaching. There may be more honors English one courses being taught than regular English. And you guys have kind of played with those numbers a little bit as well.
Sure. And then one other question, and it dovetails off of that. Is there additional rigor needed for the teachers to be able to teach an honors class versus a non-honors class?
I think that that's one of the things, and as a previous department chair, you look at the different professional development that might be needed. There may be things that if I hadn't taught that for a while, or I had never taught that, and now I'm going to need to look at those things. There are the supports from level leaders and all of that in that department. And so there might be things with going over what are those standards, what does that activity level look like, and so that will be some additional opportunities we will need to do for PD and provide time for staff to be able to plan and collaborate together and be prepared for that.
I think the other thing Mr. Truax and I talked about was it's going to be different with the makeup of students in the room. So at the elementary level, it's more mixed by abilities, generally speaking, and when you get up into high school, it gets to be more like ability students based off of the honors classes. So this might present a more broad variety of student levels within a class, and so that professional development and support is going to be on how do we write scaffolds to those students who might be skipping an entire honors, English 9 going into English 10 honors. How do I help provide those supports to that child? Because our goal is for every kid to exceed and do well, meet or exceed in all of our assessments. So that's where we think that will be the most heavy lift.
And I kind of figured that there would be additional PD for the teachers as well. It has to be done, so.
And so that we can speak to this part, usually what happens in terms of enrollment and staffing, by around April, we really have a clear picture of all student enrollment, all student sections that we've created, and then what teachers will be working in a given PLC. And that's when, at the high school level, then department chairs also identify those teams, and we start planning for the summer around what supports, what work we can do with that staff. So we will be doing that as we move forward in the second semester here.
Thank you for indulging my barrage of
Yeah,
questions.
absolutely.
That was pretty extensive, so thank you both very much.
Thank you.
Just no question, briefly. And they are quick. So first of all, I generally like the benefit of the doubt giving to the student with the test score to give them the opportunity, because sometimes at home, a parent might not think their kid is ready for honors, so this might help push them that way. I guess pushing this into the middle schools makes a lot of sense to me. So that I think the sooner we can do that, the better of looking for that. And then the actual question is, on the IAR, isn't there a science IAR?
Yes,
They're not
ISA.
using that as well?
Not,
So the ISA, the one is in 5th grade, and so that's way too far back, right? And then there's an 8th grade one as well, and then the next one is 11th. And so 8th grade, we wouldn't get it back in time to make that choice for 9th grade. And we wanted to stick with knowing that biology was more, so 10th grade, I apologize, is more reading heavy. We stuck with the reading score to help for that placement. And then, of course, we would have the 11th grade, but there's no place. So, yeah, I mean, it just doesn't work out to use that. Otherwise, we would, yes.
I think this year we're going to compare data
Yes.
to see how we will pull something to show 5th grade ISA scores and compare them and see how it matched up. Because it might be comparable, we don't know, and then we could look at that in the future.
Yeah.
All right, I promise only one question, but I'll ask another one. Is there any correlation between the IAR data and success in honors classes, like there is with the SAT in freshman year of college?
Official stuff that they put out with research behind it, not yet. I think that they're going to use this to help create what you're saying.
Sorry, Mike. That's okay. Thank you both.
Thank you.
All right. Good, Mike?
Yeah. Richard, on to number 7.
Great. I don't have anything to report, but I know Mark has a nice report.
Yes, thank you. Good evening, board. Tonight, in your memo there, you have some updated information on Freedom of Information Act requests. This goes back to a discussion we had last month about the merits of publicly posting fulfilled FOIAs to the website. So I just wanted to ask if there were questions around some of the findings. After we had the discussion last time, there were some good questions raised about exactly if we did this, exactly how would we do this? And if we didn't post all FOIAs, or even if we did, what types of information would be redacted from those FOIAs in the interest of protecting student privacy and that sort of thing? So I collected some information from some other districts, and also just general FOIA law, and provided you with some of that information. I just wondered if you had some additional questions on that, and just looking for discussion about how to proceed.
You did a good job. I didn't have any questions. Pretty straightforward. Unless the committee has anything.
I can highlight some of those things here if you'd like me to. Okay. So in what I would say is that, and also even spoke with our attorney about this, so some school districts post their fulfilled FOIAs to the website, some don't. All of them do something, at least the ones that I talked to, do something similar to what we do now, which is we post a summary that's included in the board packet that talks about the FOIA requests that came in, who requested them, what was the nature of those requests, how long did it take us to fulfill them, things like that. District 300 posts commercial requests only. And they do that, I think, because they get a large volume of sometimes duplicate requests. So that's one of the advantages in doing this is that should you get a lot of duplicate type FOIA requests, you can direct people to your website where they can pull the same information. So you're increasing some efficiencies, operational efficiencies, by not having to fulfill the same FOIA twice. There are other districts that post some FOIAs, but not all. So, and again, that kind of comes down to using, some judgment about potential ramifications of putting some of the information out there, depending on the nature of that. So we're here most interested in preserving and protecting our students' privacy. And, yes, we can put out something that's heavily redacted, but if there's a situation that's a commonly known situation or something's happening that's circulating on social media or in the community, even without a name, even without some personally identifiable information, we may be exacerbating the issue and may be potentially exposing that student or even staff member to something that we don't need to or we don't want to do. So I think those are some of the considerations around doing so. If this is something the board is interested in doing, we have made some recommendations for what we think would be the best way to do it that would protect staff and students. Staff have fewer protections than our students do because they're public employees. And finally, one additional recommendation that we added here was that if we decide to proceed with this, and the board would like to do this, we would recommend creating a board policy around it to ensure consistency and continuity around the practice of publicly posting fulfilled FOIAs.
I mean, personally, I like the caveat that you put in place of what we shouldn't do and what we should protect against. We certainly don't want kid stuff out there, and I think we should have the right to not put some out there if we don't have to, which is what you described as well. On this, did you get a sense from the other districts, I don't need to put you on the spot with this, did it drive more FOIAs because they made it transparent, or did it drive less, or was it no change at all?
I'm going to be honest, I didn't ask that question. You know, sometimes I think it can deter frequent requesters. I've heard that, but I don't have an exact answer to that question.
In general, I'm in favor of getting this more out there for transparency.
I have a couple questions.
Sure.
So your proposed date of implementation is January 24, but will that be going back 2 years from, or will that be effective anything coming in?
Starting in January.
Okay. And what will be the cadence for getting them updated? Will it be as they come in, or is it a monthly update that we'll be doing?
It's a monthly update, similar to what we're doing now. So these would be, essentially, they would be the responsive documents. So it's the fulfilled FOIA and the responsive documents that would be in a Google folder. So instead of the summary that you're getting now, you're going to have a link to the folder that will actually have the FOIA request and the fulfilled and responsive documents request in there. So it would be the same timing as what we're doing now to get summary of the past month, essentially.
So if somebody wanted information that's not available as of January going forward, they'll still have to go through the same process that they're going through right now?
Yes.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, they can look.
Because
yeah.
there won't be any data there,
No,
at least
just the
for
summary.
freelance, right.
Right.
I have another question, but.
Anyone else have questions?
Yeah, I think your concern is valid, and I share that same concern, where even if there is no identifiable information, by nature of the information, it's identifiable. And that's the gray zone that worries me, because you are unleashing something that was completely unintended. And that's where my concern, I share the exact same concern that you do. I think on the surface, this has merits, but there's those couple issues that crop up every once in a while.
Anna?
I remembered my question.
Yes.
Where will it appear on the website? Because I think that we need to make sure that it appears where it's easy, if we decide to go forward with this, that it's easier for people to access so that they're not having to drill down layer to layer to be able to find that Google folder you're speaking of.
Yeah. Well, right now, the way we're doing it is the link is in the board agenda. So if the board would like to see that in a different place and us doing that differently, we certainly can do that to make it more accessible.
Maybe an option. You don't remember half the time, you know, like which month.
Which month?
Mm-hmm. Hard to navigate.
Yep. That's true.
Could be under the FOIA section of our website.
Yes,
And having a
absolutely. That would make a lot of sense.
Yeah, because I think the original impetus behind this was to have something searchable, so anyone who is requesting a FOIA wouldn't necessarily have to duplicate efforts that have already been made.
Yeah.
So it's cataloged in such a way that makes it easy by some kind of edited topic. It makes pull that out to a separate.
The searchability piece, I'd have to look into that. I know the third-party platforms, they're set up that way. Right now, we were just talking about keeping it simple, no additional cost, you know. But I think at least if we're going to do it, I agree. I mean, making it more easy to find and readily available would be a start.
So I don't know about the easy to find. I'm not saying to bury it, but the parents, the bigger concern is how they get in touch with their teacher or their student's teacher. How do they find the lunch menu? How do they make the payment?
Lunch menus are still king.
But these are, I'm thinking of it from a parent perspective, and FOIA searches probably is not the biggest concern in the parent's life of what's going on with the school district. So I'm not saying bury it and put it on some nebulous page that nobody will ever find. I think in the grand scheme, in the hierarchy of what's
calendar.
Yeah, calendars, exactly.
But I think FOIA, the FOIA section probably does make sense.
Right.
Yeah,
We're not
100%, 100%.
right?
I think, so what I'm kind of hearing here is we'll move this one, let the committee do that in a minute, but we will also then be bringing forward, hopefully in January, a policy that will talk about those components that are laid out here, about what that would look like. Mr. Troy, we could talk about that component with those situations that could exacerbate a situation, or we would have that leeway. I think at times we may have to give what that rationale is, so people understand it's not, well, today I don't want to do this one. It really has to have a situation that might have, something to do with a student or staff that could exacerbate that situation. And, but we can remove it.
Makes a lot of sense.
Thank you.
I'm all set.
All right, so, we'll move on to, sure, number 8, the finance committee. I'm gonna look at Mr. Troy for a second. I'm only 1 out of 3. I'm okay to proceed though, because we're not taking any action.
I think it's okay to proceed with the information, yeah, but this will move to the Board of Education section of the next agenda.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that, we're okay with that. So with that, I will hand it over to you, Mr. Altmeyer.
The first item under the Finance Committee is the payable section. I'll ask the board if they have any questions. Nothing else to add there.
Nothing jumped out of me. Any other board members? 8.2.
Thank you. Monthly fiscal updates. Just a few updates. Wanted to keep the board apprised surrounding. One item did not make it to the memo, and that is the Lennar agreement we have. Lennar is the residential property right here on Square Barn Road that went up. And if you notice, if you came in that way, we now have a stoplight. And I think all the parents in the morning really appreciate that. I know I did, allowing parents to at least flow smoothly and not risk their lives when they're trying to get out in that traffic during rush hour. So with regard to the Lennar agreement, part of that agreement was the district agreed to pay up to 1/3 of that stoplight, the cost of that stoplight, capping out at $126,000. We're waiting for Lennar to respond to some communication that we've had with them to provide us that information, because we are also owed money with regard to that recapture agreement going back in time. Unless that potential 1/3 cost of that stoplight, the district will be due anywhere from $260,000 to maybe $80,000 of recapture agreement related to when initially the district worked on that corner and that property with Algonquin. So we are waiting for that, but good news to the district, and when we do receive that, we will certainly keep the board apprised, but we are definitely on top of that. So wanted to let you know about that. Remind the board that in 2 weeks we will be sharing the final levy with the having the levy hearing, the 2023 levy hearing. We are also beginning the process of drafting the FY25 budget and 5-year plan. We start it usually this early. We will plan on presenting that generally in the February-March timeframe. So, but it is a long, lengthy process to roll that 5-year plan and budget and work with the various departments to make sure that we're capturing the things we need to capture. And other than that, I'd be happy to answer any other questions, but I just wanted to point out those few of those items.
We're still running heavy on the health expenses, correct?
Correct, and we'll talk about that, I believe, in the very next agenda item.
Okay. I got it mixed up. Sorry about that. I don't know.
Okay.
8.3.
8.3 is the revenue and expenditure report. In front of you, you have the October 2023 financial executive summary. Although the executive summary for the month that ended October 23 shows an operating deficit of $2.6 million. You know, typically expected for the first 3 or 4 months of the year, is that is driven by the recognition and the completion of capital projects, as well as front loading a lot of the different purchase services that we do provide. So if you were to look at those 2 line items, you can see that capital projects, for instance, represent 76% of the annual budget, because, well, the majority of those capital projects were done over the summer months. And so part of the reason we are running high right now on a year-to-date basis is because of those 2 line items. looking at health insurance, actually, I'll come to health insurance last, but if you were to look at the dashboard and you were to compare where we are from a revenue and expense standpoint versus prior year, really have no concerns for the 4 months ended October 31st. Really nothing too unusual. I do want to point out that, we've collected $0 in Medicaid. Typically in the first quarter of the year, it is fairly normal that we don't collect a lot from Health and Family Services, but to collect zero is a little alarming, so we do have communication in with Health and Family Services to see what is going on there. It very well could be part of the fact that they are changing a lot with their manual, their U200 manual for the repayment of Medicaid. The repayment of Medicaid is the calculation for the repayment of Medicaid is in the middle of being changed, and that might be affecting the flow of Medicaid reimbursement. On our end, we've done everything we do typically every year, every month, to make sure we're trying to capture every dollar of Medicaid, but did want to point that out as well. And then lastly, going back to page 2 for the health insurance, unfortunately, we continue to trend right now over budget, as we had $1.1 million worth of claims and settlement costs come in for the month of October. We have requested an updated list of large claimants through our broker and Blue Cross Blue Shield. We can only get so much information because of HIPAA, but at least we'll be able to compare year over year, month over month, if you will, the number of large claimants that are really driving some of these claims, because in our note here, we note these figures include stop loss credits of $864,000 year to date. Well, we have a stop loss of $165,000, so if somebody has claims in excess, if one employee or one dependent has claims in excess of $165,000, Blue Cross Blue Shield, our insurance company, would pick up that stop loss and provide us that reimbursement credit. So to date, we almost have $1 million, $864,000 of stop loss credit. What that indicates to me is there's several large claimants that are above the $165,000, and that number keeps climbing. That's the stop loss credit. So I wanted to point that out as well. But other than that, I think we continue. Other than health insurance, we continue to drive within budget, and I'd be happy to answer any other questions you might have.
So it looks like we're trending a little bit under budget on salaries and benefits. Do we expect that to continue in the year?
Typical, yeah.
There's a little bit of savings there.
Well, a lot of times that's typical because in the month of August, right, depending how you're looking at it, if you're looking at it from a percentage standpoint, typically when we get towards the end of the year and stipends are rolling for a lot of our staff that have, extracurricular responsibilities, so to speak, we'll see these numbers start to rise a little bit. It's fairly normal for the first half of the year, actually 6-7 months of the year, to trend favorable to budget, and normally by year end we'll catch up a little bit, as we did last year as well.
And then just a little bit on the healthcare stuff, not to dive too deep into this, but I guess the first thing is that the III conference, I did a little poll of different board members when I was sitting there with them, and most were above 15%. One person described that they were told they had the lowest claims ever, and they went up 27%. So just to give you an idea, that school districts are getting hit brunt of this. And my question, I guess, goes to it, what is our ability to actually, and I know there's HIPAA concerns here, but to actually check to see things are coded correctly? Like, in my personal life, my wife works in healthcare. She goes through everything and is able to look for what's right and wrong.
Yeah, Mr. Zaire and I had this conversation not too long ago, a month ago, 2 months ago, and I've talked about this for the last year, is we do have the ability, and we've been looking into this, we have actually identified a vendor to audit our Blue Cross Blue Shield claims. When you're a self-insured organization, expending $12 or $13 million in claims before employee contributions, we need to make sure that our third-party provider, which is Blue Cross Blue Shield, which should be auditing these on their own, but who's double-checking Blue Cross Blue Shield, there are companies out there that do that on our behalf, And generally, well, it doesn't really cost you anything, because if they find something, well, then we would be negotiating that agreement to minimize the percentage of what they find that they keep versus what we recapture. So that is something that we have not done in a long time, that we actually have recently talked about, and we actually recently talked about that as it relates to operational efficiency as well.
Yeah, we currently have a vendor that's ready to do that for us. They did a dependent audit for us last spring, and so the tail end of that was through the Blue Cross Blue Shield. Our broker brought that company forward, so that's something we can definitely look into and have them disrupt that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Any other questions? Sorry, go ahead.
As a follow-up to that, do we have risk management services in place, either internally or do we contract out, that would be able to provide us more details as to propensity and frequency and things that would be able to mitigate some of these losses? Again, providing we're not breaking HIPAA violations.
Yeah, those services, that risk management services that you're talking about, that actually comes from Blue Cross Blue Shield. That comes from the plan and their third-party administration of that plan. Because they're not the ones billing us, right? They're the ones monitoring the billing that we're seeing from various providers and hospitals and doctors across the state of Illinois. So they are our risk management company. And so on many occasions, we've talked to Blue Cross Blue Shield about what we can do within our benefit plans to minimize risk, right? One of the things we recently did when we were rolling out open enrollment for January, right, we added or we modified that PPO1 plan a little bit, and that was essentially a risk management component. So we do on occasion meet with Blue Cross Blue Shield. We meet with the pharmacists to better understand what is happening on the RX side, but really they are our risk manager in that field.
And then, so they provide us the data from a risk management perspective.
Correct, but it's limited data because of HIPAA.
Right.
Correct.
Okay.
A follow-up question, Mark.
There you go.
Regarding the stipends, do we pay those at the end of the year, or do those get paid twice a year?
Twice a year, dependent upon season.
And it depends on the stipend too. So like a team leader stipend, we spread it out over the 24 pays. If it is a coaching stipend, we pay it at the beginning and the middle of the season.
Okay. Thank you.
Moving 8.4, when you're ready.
8.4 is revenue contracts. We just have 3 revenue contracts there, all very familiar revenue contracts, really nothing else to add there. I ask for the board approval.
I didn't see any issues with that. And I'm looking forward to this one. 8.5, there's some good stuff in here for those of you watching at home.
I'm really looking forward to this one. As I think many of the team here knows that, you know, we all talk, I talk a lot about operational efficiency, because every dollar we save, every dollar we can maximize, every dollar we can prevent from leaking out of the district is a dollar that, well, we can keep in the system for our students and staff so that we can do the things, well, that we need to be doing. So this is, you know, an update on operational efficiency, and it's really an update of a key performance indicator, 4.3 actually. And that key performance indicator outlines that the district will continue to identify and implement operational efficiencies throughout the district, throughout the system. And a report of those efficiencies identified would be shared with the board in December, and then again a more complete update in June of at the end of FY24. As part of that strategic plan administration, we developed an internal mission, and we did this 4 years ago, just to continue really to drive operational efficiency throughout the system. And it's really about creating, and it's always been about creating a culture of operational efficiency, right? You can't create a culture in 1 year. Sometimes you got to keep pounding the drum, so to speak, right? We got to keep talking the talk about operational efficiency. And I think this year, to be honest with you, with the involvement we have had at all levels, within every single department, there is now a culture of people are talking about operational efficiency. There's one thing you know about people. Most people like to save money. And it's exciting when you find, wow, opportunities to maximize revenues or opportunities to save money. And there's a lot of energy that is flowing around, I think, this strategic planning goal. Not everybody always loves it because it does take a little work. But I think they love the energy that they find when they do that because people like to be heard on the team. And so there's a lot of information here. I wanted to redefine, and we've done this and I've done this in the past, but I do want to redefine what is an operating efficiency, because it's not just one little thing. It could be a process that creates a labor efficiency, implementing, and I noted this in the memo for you, Mr. Bittman, implementing an ACH payment process, right? It could be a hard cost saving as a result of a project, LED lighting, right? That makes sense, I think, to everybody. Or internal controls to prevent the loss of funds. It could be annual employee benefit contribution audits. It could be any audit. It could be a contract audit. Just making sure we're doing things internally, department by department, so that we're not overpaying invoices and we're paying what we should be paying, right? And we're capturing what we should be capturing. And then we have revenue opportunities as well on here as an operating efficiency, because we do want to maximize all of our revenues. We want to make sure we're collecting all of our registration receivables. We want to make sure that we're applying for grants that maybe other districts don't apply for. It doesn't take too much time sometimes to apply for a grant and be awarded those grants. So whether it's legislation, we've done legislation in the past, Medicaid, or curriculum and technology grants, which I think the board and everybody's aware of. So there's a lot here that really covers the umbrella of operational efficiency. And I think, I truly believe this separates us from a lot of other districts, because we do now, I truly feel over the last few years, we've developed that culture of operational efficiency that we've talked about. And so there is a lot here. And so we're not going to cover every single one of these, but we are going to ask a few of our directors, our Chief Technology Officer, our Director of Operations and Maintenance, Mr. Rick Kosick, and Dr. McCrindle to come up and share some of the things that they're doing at a very high level, things that we feel like the board should know about. But I also want to, if you look through this list, you could see we're looking at everything. And I asked Richard Reed, our Food Services Director, to bring an item because it's a little show and tell. And boy, I don't realize how big it is, because it exemplifies that we're looking at everything. We're even looking at the utensils that we're providing our students to eat their meals on a daily basis. This is the utensil that we provide our students. And there's a little, there's a straw in here and a spork, if you know what a spork is. And this costs 11 cents, and they don't all get used. And so Mr. Reed looked into an alternative, and here's the alternative. Oh my God. It's a dispenser. It's easy as that. It's a dispenser of forks and spoons. Knives too, or no knives?
No knives.
Just forks and spoons. Thank you. Okay, but it's very easy to use, and the kids like using it. And these are only 5 cents. And if we roll this out, and when we roll this out across the whole system, it's anticipated that it's going to bring about $24,000, $25,000 of annual savings. But we're even looking at the utensils we're using. So it's an example of every department really looking inside themselves to say, where can we save money? So with that, I'm going to hand it off to the smarter people in the room. I keep calling you Dr. Reed. Mr. Reed, you have something to say? Come on up.
Come on up, doctor. What do you got?
Hello. So thank you, board, for allowing me this opportunity. Mark, as great as he is, sometimes I knew that he might miss a couple little details for me, so I was hoping he'd make eye contact with me and give me a chance to talk. So first of all, it was a pilot for about a week or two on our Square Barn campus. That was at the end of October, and we have officially rolled this out in all schools already. So we no longer use the spork. We keep a case or so in case the other utensils are not available because of manufacturing for any reason, but we are already rolling them out. The students tend to love them. They make a nice little clicking, popping noise when you pull them out, and they think that it's great that there's only a handle and all of a sudden there's a whole utensil, and it's so when you watch the kindergarten first graders do it, it's like pop, and they're like, oh, look what I got, and So it's pretty phenomenal to see that. We like them because if you look at the top, there is a green sign up there. As that gets used down on the inside, that'll go to yellow, and that lets us know we can fit 2 of those cartridges in it, and then it'll go to red, which means that we're almost out and we can put 3 cartridges in it. So it allows us not to waste labor time constantly filling things and checking things when we don't need to. There's the cost savings in itself. There's the greener factor of not having so many straws and plastic wraps that are going in the garbage that we don't use, and there's no need for those. And just to sum up, as long as the utensils only fit from that one manufacturer, but the manufacturer gives you the dispensers for free for those products. So it's a win-win, I thought, for everybody. Any questions? Thank you. Thanks, Mark.
Thank you, Mr. Green. And with that, we'll hand it off to our Chief Technology Officer, Mr. Green.
Thank you, Mark. I was unaware of the show and tell aspect. I didn't bring anything to share. Is my mic on? I should know that. I'm the technology guy. Colorblind. I was unaware of the show and tell aspect, so I didn't bring anything to share other than some thoughts. So just a few of the things that the technology team is working on to save the district money, operational efficiencies, as Mark mentioned. The biggest one that we're looking at is the move to the Illinois Century Network, ICN, from Comcast. In case you're not aware, we use Comcast for our wide area networking and our internet connectivity. That is a mix of 1 gigabit per second to 2 gigabit per second. The move to ICN, which is free to the district, and the service is then free from then on, is for 10 gigabit per second. So from a hardware perspective, we are prepared for that already. We're looking at potentially saving about $80,000 a year. I say potentially because we will need a backup circuit, and we still need to work with Comcast on that backup circuit. That is slated for July of 2024 to occur. I reached out to that team again today just to make sure there wasn't anything they needed from us, and it's in process. Second component that I looked at from day one was we did a phone line audit. And when I say phone line, I mean plain old telephone system, the old POTS lines that we all had in our houses, that my parents still have in their house. We had about 24 lines that were in use at one point, as recently as, well, a couple months ago. I worked with Mr. Rinkosik to make sure that those lines were not necessarily in use. I know a lot of them got moved, a lot of the gas meters and burglar alarms, that sort of thing. And we've eliminated, I just sent the final email today to eliminate the last POTS line, and that's going to save us about $1,000 to $1,500 per month. And it's variable based on usage, of course. A couple other things that we're looking at. I'm exploring potentially eliminating Zoom calling, not Zoom webinar, which we use for the stream, but Zoom calling. We need to work with the curriculum team, Dr. McCrindle, to make sure that all features that are needed for remote learning, if necessary, are available in Google Meets, because that's what we'd be using, would be Google Meets. I should have mentioned that. The final, well, not the final, but one of the other ones that we're looking at, and that's a savings of about $30,000 a year. The other one that we're looking at is a move to Chromebooks for teachers. The price difference is $400 to $500 per device. What we're attempting to find out is, can the teachers make do with the Chromebooks? We do have a proof of concept that's about to kick off. We have 11 volunteers. Again, thank you, Dr. McCrindle. 12 if we count our superintendent, who is also using one. I haven't asked how it's going. Okay, that's fine. That's okay. That's okay. Again, the savings of about $400 to $500 per device, and then the time to not have to re-image laptops. So those are the big ones that I had on my list. Happy to. Any questions at all?
On the Chromebooks, the danger of sending me to a conference. I was talking with, one of the electronic vendors about recycling our Chromebooks, because I know we go through a whole bunch of them.
We do.
And they said, why are you doing that so much? They've got a life of 8 or 9 years. So maybe something looking at, do we really need to give a student 4 Chromebooks for their life of 12 years or whatever it is? Is there the ability to extend so that we don't have to buy a Chromebook every 3 years or whatever it is?
I've started looking into that, especially after our conversation about that. I've spoken with other directors of other districts, and they've all tried to push it to 3, maybe even 4 years. It hasn't always gone well.
Yeah, and I understand there's a risk. These are
Yeah.
high school students
And
and middle school students.
exactly. We are looking at that. The cost of the Chromebooks for the students is, I was about to say not expensive, but when I look at laptops versus Chromebooks, right? And we do harvest a lot of parts to repair Chromebooks throughout the year, utilizing those older Chromebooks. So it's not, just throw them away. We harvest what we can and we continue to use them. But that is a directive that I'm speaking with our technology coordinator to make sure that what is breaking on these, can we stretch this to 3, 4, maybe 5? Yeah. We're looking into it for sure.
I don't know what the answer is, but it stems from, we throw a lot of these out, or they end up getting recycled.
We do. I agree.
Thank you, this is actually really outstanding stuff, the savings.
I have a question on the use of the Chromebooks. I think there's been talk about scaling back the use of Chromebooks, especially in the elementary schools, and maybe just concentrating on them in the middle schools and obviously at the high school. So is that being contemplated as part of this operational efficiency? And obviously that impacts curriculum as well, but has that been looked into?
Not for me, so that I'm here to support curriculum, so I want to make sure that curriculum has what they need. I know there have been discussions or things mentioned about maybe the kindergarten class potentially not utilizing, but I don't know that any decisions have been made. I'm not factoring that into my plans as of yet.
We've had just initial conversations at the administrative level about which children are actually using it and which children we think should be on Chromebooks throughout their day. And so we have not gotten to a point where we can make a decision on that, but it's definitely something to consider when looking at those younger grade levels especially. Is trying to, do you really need to have a one-to-one device, or do we have some class sets that could stay maybe longer, term versus them taking them home every day with the wear and tear might result in some cost savings, especially K1, 2.
Mm-hmm.
When you get third grade, it's a little bit more, they're using those tools a little bit more frequently, but not K1, 2 as much.
I applaud the ICN. That's huge. I didn't realize how big of a network that they have and how that's grown recently. It is a tremendous asset for not just schools, because it's utilized by universities and
libraries as well,
which is tremendous. So the fact that Illinois is investing in this and it's grown, and we're able to take advantage of that as well. That's tremendous. So I'm glad to see that is factored in.
Absolutely, yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, in the O&M department, we've had a culture for 15 years. Or just started in 08. But we're getting down there. We continue to explore alternatives. We've got a couple that we've been doing recently that are a long time coming. Lighting retrofit. Our lighting retrofit has already started in 08. And in 010, we took proposals to retrofit half the lighting in the district and the other half in 14. And in both cases, we explored the idea of what would it take to replace these little can lights with LED. We have 11,000 in the school district, besides all the other classroom fixtures. And the return on investment just didn't pan out to pay somebody to come in and just knock it all off at once. We've reached a point where life cycle is to the point where the ballasts and the lamps are going a lot. So we've been on a mission for a while to get the district retrofitted. And when Mark asked what we could do, we had a discussion and said, let's take a big push and get this over with. talked to Mark about what our goal was to get this done. Where we feel we're confident we're on track, we're gonna have this all done by the end of the school year for sure. And there's more savings behind the scenes on this because the spot repair calls we get, because there's a light fixture out here, a light fixture out there, it costs more to do it as a spot repair than to just do it as a group. And that labor time can get repurposed to be more responsive to repair requests in the school district. I consider that a pretty good win. And the other one we've got going here that I want to highlight is the automatic flush valves. We were very successful with this at the Algonquin area water service here on Square Barn campus, and we tracked the savings on that and went, wow. And of course, Algonquin water is by far the most expensive, and we've been having the most problems with, comparing the data on the consumption history of, per occupant per square foot water consumption in these schools. The grade level plays into it too, a lot more. More or less, younger grades seem to like to use more water and stuff on. And so we concentrated our efforts here, and we realized that we had like a factor from what we've seen when we converted from automatic flush valve to manual flush valve. And so we wanted to move that forward to regrow now. Our maintenance staff, it was clear to remind us too that our service costs go down dramatically. And the cost of the hardware to repair these things is also a fraction of the cost. And I think our leadership, when we first explored the idea, I think made a good observation as well. When you're done in the bathroom, you should wash your hands anyway. So what's wrong with washing your hands anyway? So I'm happy to say that is actually done. The goal was to have it done by the end of the calendar year, and actually we got a report yesterday that they finished. Between repair and preventive maintenance, we've got that kind of work done. It's all done. Oh yeah, Square Barn campus, it was 4 million gallons. Yeah, and so we put dates when each building was done now, and so a year from now, the district will be able to go back and we track every month of consumption, and a year after we've completed, we can take the new data and compare it to the old data before and take another look at what we did at Regrowth campus, and then hopefully we can look forward to Harmony campus in the near future. But like I say, this work is all getting done by in-house staff between repairs and preventive maintenance. It doesn't cost us any labor. That's why we can make it a reasonable expense and not be realize the savings and not spend more money on first cost on things like that.
Two things. One, when you did the replacement of the flush valves, was there consideration given to, instead of doing a one flush valve, they have the ones that rotate, and so depending on number one or number two, you can have less gallons per flush utilized. Now, you have a hard time convincing or communicating that to the little kids for them to understand which way to rotate depending on what they have to do. But still, at some of the buildings with the older kids, I'm just curious if that was a consideration.
There's been one test version similar to what you're talking about installed in a bathroom at the high school used by adults for a long time, about 10 years. It's a green handle. Up is liquid, down is solid. And I'm sure there's new technology with rotation. I haven't seen that, but I'm sure it exists. I find myself personally, when I'm done, I just hit the lever. I'm like, oh. So I don't know. And we do realize they cost more money. We did not consider that in our efforts because we just didn't see the value there. But I mean, it's possible, I guess. But
and then the other one is the little nozzles that go on the sink faucets themselves. They have different throughputs on those or flow rates on those. I know when I talked to one of the energy providers, they were willing to come up with the school districts and actually change those out to something that is a more concentrated flow, but actually less of a flow rate itself. So even when you press the button, you're already actually using less water because of how that flow rate goes is utilized.
Well, it's interesting to note that water savings that you're talking about is not only recognized by NICOR as a savings from natural gas consumption, but it's also recognized by the electric utility, because some of the biggest consumers of energy in the area are our water treatment plants, our wastewater plants. And so they they really are on it, and they're providing incentives for things like these, and I've had those experiences. They come out and offer to do these things for free. About when DECO was managing the energy efficiency program for public sector, the Illinois Energy Now program, incentive program, they actually had trade outline meetings where I would go to their breakout sessions where you could learn about new technologies, ideas how to save energy, and then there were different booths you could go to and talk to specific people about their kind of technology or whatever. And also the trade ally leader actually had a booth, and they were handing out free sprayers that we have hanging off of a flexible water line next to every dishwasher production line. And I know Mr. Reed and I have talked about this. What they said is we encourage you to take these. They're free. So we took them, we put them in, and within a month they were all back in my office. Because the flow was so low, they weren't getting the value out of the spray coming out of them. So we gave it out. Sorry.
No, it's okay. Thank you very much for indulging me.
Thank you, Dr. McCrindle.
We're going to change the topic a little bit, and it's about curriculum. And so in the curriculum area, we have many different operational efficiencies we look at consistently. One of the things that we always look at is how we streamline our ordering and our shipping and our processing. And we've tried a lot this year to get most of our large-scale orders shipped directly to buildings, because when we used to have them come to district office, that would result in Mr. Rinkowski's team needing to help us distribute and deliver those. And so it was kind of double dutying the amount of work that was happening. And so we know that's a list for our buildings, but it's helped us minimize that work on that team and getting them to the right spot. We've also done a very in-depth view of our instructional technology tools. And so I did put a little one-page handout in front of you guys just to kind of talk about what we're looking at. The purpose of our instructional technology tools, we look at them to help promote our personalized experience for kids, also to enhance their learning experiences, improve communication, to give some additional resources, and then to streamline some of our processes, because sometimes tools help us streamline those administrative processes, which is important to allow our teachers to free up their time to be able to do the work they do best, which is work with our students. And so when we consider our continued partnerships with different vendors, we look at 4 different areas. One criteria is that impact on intended purpose and goal for the use of that tool, the usage, how much are we using it, the feedback we're getting from our staff and families and our students, and then cost is also a contributing factor as well. So over the last 2 years, we've done a lot of work in trying to minimize some of those tools that are ongoing annual savings. We've gone ahead and have eliminated a tool called Learning A to Z. It used to be a kindergarten to 5th grade resource. We found that it was really only being used mostly at kinder to 2nd, and so we're able to, that results in some big cost savings. Learn Zillion was supposed to be the electronic partner platform to illustrative math. Through our pilot program, we actually realized we didn't want an electronic program for K-5 for math. We wanted to keep it hands-on and have the workbooks versus the kids going on the computer. So that resulted in some cost savings because we didn't continue with an annual fee of having each student need to log into their math platform. There used to be a LMS at the high school called Brightspace, which was just using the Vanguard program, and we eliminated that tool because we had some other tools that we found were doing the same amount of work. And then Myon was a digital library for K-5 that we would rather have kids reading hard copy books, and so we got rid of that tool as well. So I wanted to show you the last couple of years we have been doing some cuts, but this year we're taking an even deeper dive because it's important to do that. And so we currently are looking at about 7 different educational tech tools to continue to investigate. I put some examples on here. We think it's going to result in an additional $100,000 to $150,000 of annual savings. I didn't put them all in here because we're going to need to have some conversations with some staff members because it will impact certain departments more heavier than others, but I want to give you a couple of examples. One Mr. Primus did bring up was Zoom, which I think is a tool that we definitely needed to take a look at. You can see on here we put the usage. Right now there's only about 6% of our students actually using that tool and only 33% of our staff using that tool. We do think it's a convenience factor of us using that versus Google Meets. Google Meets has gotten to be much better than it was during the pandemic At the time, Google Meet just wasn't there, and so we rushed to provide that resource to our families and students to be able to access learning with our teachers, and so Zoom was much easier to use, had better tools, and so we ended up using that. So that is something we're definitely looking at. I've been trying to use Google Meet lately with most of the meetings I've been trying to lead if they're already on Zoom, and I've found that it's much better. And so, not that I'm the only one, but there's a lot of people we need to have a look at that. That's definitely a cost savings. There's a tool at the 6-12 level that is called WeVideo. It's used more heavily in the middle school level in a couple of classes. We think that there's this video editing, and we do have some other tools that could be used that we would need to teach staff and students how to use differently. And so that could result in some savings. And then the third one I put on here was Freckle. Freckle is attached to Renaissance Star, and it's an adaptive reading and math practice website, which it adjusts based off of what a student's STAR assessment score is, and it gives them some online practice. We found that only 72% of our students are using it, and so we want to dive in to say, where are those 25% who aren't using it, and we want to condense some grade levels and maybe even eliminate it from mainly our younger grades. You can look at if Mathia is our tool at 6-12, maybe we don't need to have Freckle and Mathia. And so you can see that that number there is a total for the whole entire platform, so that will result in some cost savings. But we're doing a deep dive into even more, but those are just three I wanted to highlight. So you can see that we did, I know Mr. Thompson, you asked about how do we look at our usage, and so we did take it from this angle. We wanted to break it down into students and staff, because sometimes some tools are meant for staff to be able to make their lives easier, be able to deliver engaging, curriculum to students, and we want to keep it, but then other times, if we're not using it, we need to have that conversation with a handful that are, and maybe help support them with some other tools that they could use. So we feel good about where we are with this, and we'll continue taking a look at these and making the right cuts so that we can allocate our dollars where we need to be and help make us be as efficient as possible. Another category that we are looking at is our curriculum review process as well. Currently, that cycle, we want to do an update to you guys, an in-depth one on what that looks like. It revolves around when materials need to be purchased. We want to take a look at that a little broader so that we're not, as you can tell in the curriculum budget, our heaviest dollars, our biggest budgets are our new adoption line item and our purchase services. So these tech tools that I'm talking about are in our purchase service line. Our curriculum new adoption is when we're buying a new curriculum. And so some years it's heavier than others. This year we're having an English review for 6-12, and so we have a heavier item in there. Next year, we shouldn't have to have as much, because hopefully we aren't needing to adopt something brand new next year, and so then that line could get a little smaller, but then maybe in 2 years we need to make that a little bigger because we have needs for our students. And so we are looking at that process. And we don't want to always be changing materials on teachers and students if they are being impactful to our students and their learning. And so we're trying to look at our process a little bit to make sure that it aligns with that mindset as well. Those are my updates. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
I really appreciate this. This is great stuff, all of you doing all this. So I think it's really good to hear about this, even the water. I don't think we need to go back to that discussion, but 4 million gallons saved is actually a pretty impressive number. So that's good work.
Yeah, and we'll continue, to focus on operational efficiency, and as little wins and or major decisions, pop up along the way, we will definitely keep the board apprised with that final update at year end, and we'll do a little larger presentation for the board at that time. Thank you.
He's not here, so number 9.
Good evening. In front of you, I have an agreement with Perspectives, our EAP provider. I want to give you a little bit of background on how Perspectives came about in District 158. About a year ago, we had a relationship with Advantage Behavioral Health. We've been with them for 6 years, and they had let us know in November of last year that they were closing their doors. So we went to a scramble to find someone who could provide the EAP services and get that approved by January 1. And Perspectives, checked in with District 300, some of the large districts, and to see what resource they used, and they recommended Perspectives. So we got on some meetings with them and went through that process, and the product in front of you is what we currently have, and we've been using for the last year. So far, so good. We're very happy with it. So I've got two things in front of you there. I've got a quick handout that's pasted together that shows you some of the services that Perspectives provides. And then there's a one-sheeter there that just shows you those utilizations so far. A quick note on the utilization, that's only through October. So we haven't had the holiday season yet where we see an uptick usually in the use of our employee assistance program. So we'll get that data probably the beginning of 2024 sometime. I usually meet quarterly with them just to review how everything's going. So that data will come at that point. We did not go to RFP for this service, primarily because we're happy with who we have. Very robust. It's got an app. You can do things remotely. So a lot of things that we didn't have before, even though Advantage Behavioral Health served us very well, this company really ramped things up for us. So we were very impressed with what they provided. We do have an alternative EAP service that comes through our insurance that Lincoln Financial provides. Lincoln Financial is our life insurance provider. It's not as robust as this. It's part of the overall package. And one of the reasons we don't make that our primary EAP service is because occasionally we go out to bid for our life insurance. So that company could change. And so the EAP services could change on us. And what we've learned with this, very important that you try to stay consistent with it for the employees so they know where to go. And this was a sudden switch on us last year, but it ended up being very smooth just by being able to communicate it out. So we do have that lingering with Lincoln, but not something that is utilized very often just because our life insurance carrier could change based on that bid process that's out there. So some of the things that are very positive about this for us, the 6 visits, that was something we were very excited about when we were with Advantage Behavioral Health. They primarily provided the counseling resources. These 6 visits are per issue, and it covers not only our employees, but the employees' family members. So there's a lot of opportunity for folks to use these resources. And you can see some of the resources listed there on that handout. Mental and emotional health, that's the primary use for EAP, but this company was able to ramp it up for, caring for others, financial and legal assistance. I just like to call it life happening, more so than the mental and emotional health counseling that someone may get. So they're able to turn to it for many more things than what we had before. So I'm very happy with Perspectives and what they've been able to provide. There is not an increase for our annual, what we're owing them for 2024. So if there's any questions, I'd be happy to field those. We look to move this forward to the regular meeting.
So we have 2 EAP providers then. We've got the one through Lincoln, but then we also have this one.
Yeah.
And is the one that we have through Lincoln, that's included as part of our life insurance?
Yeah, it's part of the package. Yeah. That was the first time we had a life insurance company provide that for us. So it was just something that they included. So we had our Advantage Behavioral Health when that happened, and our employees were used to that. So that's communicated out to them also. But when you can work with a company that's their focus, it's not an add-on, we tend to think it's a little bit more beneficial. So that was new. We've been to life insurance carriers since I've been here. I know MetLife carried it at one point before. I can't remember the company who had it before that, but the consistency is more important for us. Switching on the employees with something like this can definitely have an impact. So we were nervous this time last year when Advantage Behavioral Health closed. Ms. Lombard can probably speak to this too. When she was in HR, they were very beneficial for us. So the Perspectives has been good so far.
And then is it only afforded to employees that utilize our medical benefit, or is it included for all employees?
That's a bonus too to this. This is all employees.
Okay.
So could even be a substitute.
And family members as well.
And family members, okay. So I think a wider brush there for sure.
6 visits per issue is a pretty good benefit, so. Any questions? Move ahead to 9.2.
Yeah, this is the home hospital instructional rate. So I've given a little bit of background of home hospital instruction that takes place in the district. And we're just looking to move the rate here in a rate that makes sense. We've kind of been floundering with this rate throughout the years and wanted to connect it with something that was in the HCA contract. But what we're looking at here are primarily students who are unable to attend. We have multiple reasonings there, but those students come through Mrs. Gill's department in terms of getting those services. And then what we look to do is hopefully hire teachers who can provide these services to our students. And we found it difficult to get enough folks to help out with that. So the recommendation here would be to move that rate. It's currently $26 an hour to $45 an hour. And the rationale behind that is it matches our summer school rate, which would be very similar work that's being performed. And then we've got some data there on page 2 that just kind of shows how much that's cost over the years and our funding sources and how we would cover that as we move forward.
Are these existing teachers who are going into the home and teaching them like they're already full-time staff, or is this taken from the sub-pool?
Both. We do have a couple of people that come from our sub-pool, and we do have, I think we have one person who this is her primary thing that she works on, is what she's worked on with us for years, but, and also related service providers, so OT, PTs, things of that nature, so we would have to contract that if it came down to it. So we would like our certified staff to do this.
Okay. And then, sorry, this is a tangential question, but in there you guys have a chart of the usage of this. Why do you think it's declining?
Yeah.
We're ready for that. We were actually discussing that beforehand. We didn't have an answer other than I said 18, 19 might have been an anomaly. But
Yeah, I think,
that'll,
I think beyond it just being an anomaly too, I think, the procedures are a little bit more clear, for us as a district. We have oversight in the special services department, some clear guidelines around, when and where we provide services. Yeah, it does look like an anomaly, but I can tell you it's been consistent over the last couple of years, pretty consistent. We would anticipate it to be, consistent. So we don't have a great answer, but.
Yeah, it just jumped out on the page.
Yeah.
Okay. I think tying it to the summer school rate kind of makes sense. Some people might think it's, it's a big jump, but it does make sense. We need to make sure we can staff it. Any other questions? Move that forward. Anything else? All right, so we'll move to Mr. Truck.
All right, item 10.1, O&M updates, Mr. Costic, anything to highlight on here?
I do have a few things that are active right now. Attached to this document is some abbreviated information on the local ordinances for signage, interest of our 3 campuses. We'd be looking for some guidance at this time about what the board's preferences on the next step. There's some things in there to look at. Notice, I think, I compiled this a bit ago, so I apologize, but I'm pretty sure one of them tells you that they only want 1 sign on the property like this, and we have 2 entrances there to campus. So just little quirky things like that. The text on the sign has to not change beyond a certain pace, probably for safety, people distracted driving down the road, I presume. There's an unanswered question for the village of Holly, and I didn't get around to having a moment to try to reach out to Charles Nordman over there to see what that quote illustration was at the end of their ordinance summary for that section. I did provide a link in there if somebody really wanted to have a dry night, and you can read the whole bloody ordinance on signing. But it's just there if you wanted to. We did Mr. Beelan, I think it was, challenged me years ago. He had some potential donations to help fund a pretty tremendous sign to be put out in front of the property over there. And we ended up doing some calculations between the funding that he had available and some estimates for a sign. I just think that was just the metal case and the hardware. And usually these things are grandly decorated and maybe encased in some ordinance requirements, there's landscape requirements, and the expense is gonna be quite variable from that for particular properties, I'll talk about in a minute. But at that point in time, just to extend power out there and put the plain vanilla sign in without the landscaping, the brick decorating around maybe the quarter grid or something, it was about $90,000, and that was in 2013. So in today's economy, that's probably darn near double. The other thing is, everybody gets this idea that, well, the solar's right there, just hang the solar. That solar is producing power at about 1,340. It's not 110 volts or 240 volts. It's real high voltage, and it also is delivered behind the meter in the building, and to tap onto that would be kind of complicated. It would be in our best interest if we were going to look into doing things like this to bore a line to the nearest building, tap it into the appropriate voltage part of that building where we can also control it. We control our site lighting. Our site lighting is 480 volt at this campus because it's more efficient. It's 480 volt at Marlowe, and the other places are 277 volts. And I don't know if these kinds of signage could take that kind of voltage and then maybe step down for the digital requirements of the LED displays and things with fractional voltage, so that kind of voltage. But that's some things to think about. It's going to be definitely six-digit expense before you drop one profit. I am looking for some guidance on what this district would like me to do beyond what I've just done.
I think that's a broader discussion, probably, and bring it up as a board item. I don't expect it as something that will be resolved in one discussion. There's a lot of detail, a lot of engineering that needs to go into something like this to figure out what those next steps are, in my opinion, and I'm probably overstepping my boundaries, but that's just my opinion. Also, at the III conference, I did speak to a sign manufacturer / installer that works downstate, and this is hard to talk to. It was a very good discussion about signs, how quickly they can be installed, but like you said, having to work with 3 municipalities and the different requirements that they have, I think that's a far more problematic issue from a consistency standpoint for our district. I talked to a board member during the conference at District 300 about this, and when they put in their sign at the district office, and even at Jacobs High School, that was something that was brought up some angst and frustration because they wanted to get that kind of messaging to their community, and the best that they can do is letter changes that had to be manually done. So I know that there was that frustration over there, and we would be sharing that on the campus that resides in Algonquin.
Thanks for bringing that up. I forgot that's a key thing to mention. It's so different between those and the other two. I know we worked really hard at this school district on a lot of the things that we develop these properties to be consistent in what we do at every campus too, and that's what's a challenge.
Yeah, so, no good deed goes unpunished, right? But thank you for bringing that to our attention. The information as well. I know a lot of research went into that. A lot of good, fun reading in the evening on, different municipal codes and things like that. Anything else?
Oh, yes. We opened roof bids. Unfortunately, the evaluation of those bids that were opened in the bidding was so late that I couldn't bring this as an agenda item for discussion tonight. But I want to give you a heads up. I want to have it brought to the December 21st meeting. Unfortunately, I will not be there. I'll be joining my wife and I's anniversary. So I will not be here. Sorry to tell you. I'm actually not sorry. Because that's an important day in my life. But the bids, we did interview with the bidders. It's complicated. Unfortunately, probably more complicated than any roofing bid I've ever had. So I want to do a little discussion. I know that Kevin and Mark will do a great job following up on this. But we had a low bidder that nobody's heard of, roofing consultants. I've been working in the roofing restoration business in the Chicagoland area for 30 years, never heard of them. Actually, I worked in Des for 10 years, and of that 30, and didn't hear from them, and that's where they're from. So we know they're a young company. And they are $216,000 lower than the other three bidders. The other three bidders are in a really tight grouping of numbers to know that, and they're very well-known quality contractors that we know they're qualified to do the project. And their numbers are all close together. It gives you the feeling that that's really what it costs to do this kind of work. So we did interview them, and we interviewed the second low bidder, who's got a really good reputation. And the low bidder had 5 really important reasons I don't think the administration wants to recommend awarding the bid to them. And they actually said at the end of the interview, based on all they know about how they are grossly deviating from the specifications required, and with the numbers of the value of what they put forward, they want to back out of the project. I bring this to you because I'm compelled to tell you that there is a bid bond security that's provided with the bid. And that bid is supposed to be a guarantee that if you fill out these documents and turn in your bid, you're going to guarantee to some extent that you're going to do the work for that price. This isn't just a game we're playing here. But it only guarantees 10% of the value of their bid. Well, what that means to you is we've got a $216,000 variation, and if we would try to call their bond, we would gain $50,000 against that difference. The other thing we would do is we would get a reputation as being known to put companies out of business, because people that have a bond call like this have a very hard time to get a bid bond again. There are also tests that are required. I've been down this road a few times. We've done a lot of construction in this school district. We've been down this road before. I've talked to lawyers. There are tests that have to be done. Number one of the tests that they can just get out of it and not have to produce a bid security is if there's a quote gross matter, or we were faulty in how we delivered the information in the specifications. I'm confident we were not faulty. And the bidder is well aware of that. I walked them through the places in the specification that have been there since the first publication of the documents that they avoided reading. And number one, and most importantly, they did not provide a pre-approved material as called for in the specification. The specification was very clear. It said either the one or our spec says a certain brand or equal, and I know of 2 other equals. But they're not just the base model. You got to get some options to go with it to get the extra life. They said their product is a brand we've never heard of. I asked them to produce specifications on that product out of curiosity, even though the specification does call for pre-approved, because that's a lot of money. I do recognize that's a lot of money. They promised me I would have the information on the next day. That was like, the interview took place, if I'm recollecting, on the 28th in the afternoon. The next day would have been the 29th of November. We still don't have a response from them. Our specifications say that we want bids from bidders that are roofing contractors. They have a license to do roofing work in Illinois. They're qualified, pre-qualified by the installer. That they have the equipment and the manpower to do a minimum of 75% of the work called for in specification. They said they could produce the roofing license the next day. They failed to do so. There's some other things here that they have no experience doing covered board, which is part of the roofing system. I do recommend that we avoid them. They want to back out. We would have lawyer expenses if we would try to full fight on the bond that we're going to spend money that there's a good chance we wouldn't win anyway. Try to gain a little bit of the expense. The next low bidder is highly qualified. They're doing a lot of work, and they've been bidding our work for 5 years. The consultant that we work with says they have a lot of experience, and they're getting I did talk to them. He's anxious to see that he gets one of our jobs because he likes. We have a reputation of being fair and to pay our bills in a timely fashion, and that's why contractors like us. And we did it at a good time of year. And they're still trying to fill the book of work for the next summer, so he's holding his book open for us to see if we could with them. So that's going to come to you next month. next board meeting on the 21st for action. Give you a heads up. Any questions about that?
All right, so there's no action on that.
I just want to talk about it.
No, thanks for bringing that to our attention. My opinion is it's pretty obvious what we need to do to disqualify them overall. But we'll have to formally do that as a board, not as a committee.
I afforded them, when I do these interviews with bidders after a bidding, with a low bidder, and in this case, I had to do at least two because I knew there was an issue. I produced minutes and I asked them to sign them. And if we do contract with them, those minutes are made part of the contract. There's some other keys that say, are you going to produce this? Are you going to do that? Yes, yes, yes. You sign again. So it's just some extra, it puts some extra meat to that. But they have failed, they've ignored that as well. Enough of that, unless somebody wants to talk about it more than I want to.
Just so you're aware, we have two people that are listening tonight, so when this comes back, the next board meeting will be to backfill the information.
These tests that I provided on their failure to meet specification will be integrated in there.
Okay.
And Kevin was all part of the bidding process. He was in the pre-bid, he was in the interviews, the bid opening, the post-scope review interviews.
So Kevin will be able to pinch hit for you on your anniversary when you're not here.
Yes.
Right, Kevin? All right, there you go. Thank you.
The next item I got for you is, there's some serious movement going on in the community solar project. They had surveyors on the property, laying out where the solar, or community solar footprint would be. They send us documents for signature now for leasing and for the part of the agreement. Part of a community solar project is that the property owner has to agree by between 10 and 40% of what's produced by the project. And so I made them walk me through in extensive detail on the phone yesterday how that works. Because the other part of it then is to understand, as our building consumption profiles are right now, it is a real win financially. I don't want to bring in the details just yet. Your meeting's long enough, but we're going to have to bring this back anyway in January. There's an opportunity for us to take another deep look at what our latest consumption profiles, because we keep doing things. Mark talks about operational efficiencies, and a lot of things just get done behind the scenes, and the weather changes, and how we're, the utilities tariffs change, and it's a whole different look a year later on what that model is exactly. But we had them produce the calculations on what it would be. They actually shared the whole Excel workbook. If we would buy 10% of the power produced, the minimum, we have to buy the minimum. What would our savings look like? And the revenue to the district would be like a net savings on energy bills. But it would also be the fact that we're going to get lease payments that are about 5 times as much as what the farmer was paying us for the cash farm rental on the land. So those are two parts of it. The original presentation back on 12/21, which was acted out with the option to lease, was based on the tariffs at that time, and it was based at a 40% look. And it's a little different now. And plus, also, we've got these other things going on now that we didn't know we were going to be doing. Like we've got more solar, we've got electric buses. This campus electricity consumption is a moving target big time right now. I'm kind of sort of afraid to recommend Dave to touch it until we get some experience with it as it's now built. But the other two campuses can be a little more predictive. Our highest spend per quantity of energy and the most energy, for the unit price of energy and the most energy is Harmony campus, as we sit here right now. So they looked at that first and took a deep dive. I asked them to go back and take another deep dive into Reed Road campus and see, because that's the second most expensive one. Reed Road used to be the most expensive one before solar went in. But because of solar, things have changed. So we'll have some information that we got to bring back and explain recommendation on what percentage we should buy into. I said to them, I said, well, if we choose to say just play it safe and only give it 10%, and we live with our new Squirt Barn campus operation, or maybe we're going to evaluate our power down the road in the district room, and a year and a half from now or something, and say, you know what, maybe we want to get another 10%. Or we go back and say, no, we don't want just 10%, we want 20%. They said, well, if we didn't sell it already. Because they got feet on the ground going out, beating on doors and commercial customers to chew that up pretty quick.
Sure.
So, it's an option, but it may not be that. So there's a lot more information to come on this. So the lawyers have the lease documents, they're beating it up after I beat it up a little bit right now. And the dialogue is going on behind the scenes right now.
Thank you.
Two more little ones. Just a good story about one of the operational efficiencies that I think was on Mark's last report, liquid brine. Or maybe a couple before. We had a really, really good case in point event. We had a 2.5-inch snowstorm. Was that a couple weeks ago or something?
Yeah.
I'm having so much fun, I don't remember. We did not call an event with a 2.5-inch snowstorm, which is like unheard of. We started with 3,000 gallons of liquid brine on the pavement, followed up by a couple of granular applications as if the brine didn't keep up. And we were doing it for about 60% of the cost of what it would have cost if we would have called an event. And the good news is, we only put in the groundwater about 25% of the chloride, the polluted water that we would have, which we would have been putting all grain in. We had another event that we won a little bit too, but that was the best story. One event. Say that one. Yeah, sorry. We've got, due to the board's request to add that strategic plan item at the last minute, there's a facility evaluation survey of the school district. The trigger's going to get pulled, thanks to the help of a lot of people here. They're going to send it out for us to all the district employees on December 18th. We're asking the employees if they would be so kind before they go home for winter break to fill it out. That will automatically load into a survey document that I can, Kevin and I, and administration could chew on over winter break a little bit. So I don't know how long it's going to take to evaluate that and compile some information to get to the board, but we're on it.
Very good. Also, it's a good time to actually give a shout out. I was part of a presentation that we did for the Illinois Association of School Boards earlier this week with Mark and Jessica. And I know that you had a huge hand in this. It was in regards to the solar efforts and the energy conservation measures that started 15 years ago or so and have propagated and progressed over that time frame until today. And it was very well received by other school board members as well as the IASB people who were on that particular call. So thank you for doing a great job setting up that presentation. Thank you for doing the presentation. It was an honor and a pleasure to be part of that experience. I know I played a role in it, but I'm not the person that did all the heavy lifting over the years. So kudos to all that were involved in setting that entire thing in motion and getting us some pretty neat recognition on a state level.
I appreciate, I apologize, my ability to participate was a little limited. I got 2 denies about a field right now, so I couldn't really help you put much more.
And I'm glad into that better now too.
I do know that, I just wish we could sing that story some more because, there's so much to be had. The cost, like all the things we do, the cost of what we pay for energy and the price of energy is like less than half of what we have up here. There's a lot of things we do in the way we do it. Story that a lot of people can win. Thanks.
One of the things that, I know the story because I've lived the story, right? But one of the things that really struck me that was said at the beginning was that State Superintendent Tony Sanders, who had been here for a visit, was so impressed by what had taken place that he made this a priority to try and get this message out even further and make it a bigger message to distribute throughout the state. And that's what led to this becoming that IASB presentation. And that was recorded and it's available or will be available soon for other board members. I'm not sure how public, but definitely for the other board members to be able to look at down the road or at their leisure. So it's appropriate to do so. A shout out to Tony Sanders for doing that and advocating for this message getting out. All right, with all that said, item 10.2, authorizing agent for the Board of Education and Energy Procurement. I'll turn it over to you, but this is a little happy for the two of us.
The energy market is very volatile. A lot of things, political things that go on in the world actually affect the market and in our local economy. And so we keep an eye on it. I get I think 3 or 4 daily emails on the price of energy, and we've got hedging positions in place with about half of our natural gas right now, and I don't think we'll ever turn back on electricity from the way we got, which we just buy it right from the utility because of all the way we've got positioned with solar and other efficiencies that we're doing. But on the natural gas, it could be just like all of a sudden we come to work Monday and the price dips dramatically, and we might want to grab a tranche. But if we say, oh, let's try to do this, but we got to get board approval by the time. I mean, this changes in 24 hours. And we hit the bell. It was a 1-day dip back about 15 years ago. It was the lowest price that was like about 10 years back then, and we grabbed it. But you just got to be able to quick react. So we came up with the idea years ago. Could we ask the board to consider authorizing a board member to be the one to approve and sign off on energy contracts? Somebody has to sign them. When we get an idea, and it usually doesn't happen actually in 1 day, because you can see the market kind of heading in a direction. But I have to call the provider and I say, okay, hurry up, send me the agreement. There looks like there's one company really wants to play ball, but send me the low two and the nearest one behind it. And we got to read the contract really quick. Stop everything, got to read the contract, see if there's some fine print. There's just always a couple games. Service providers and the suppliers always want to make the contract in their favor. So there's usually a little last-minute negotiation, and 90% of the time it's okay. Like the venue of jurisdiction for a legal action. They want it to be their state. We want it to be Illinois. It's automatically okay. I haven't seen them say no. And so little things like that, but we need to quickly do that, and then we can say, okay, tomorrow morning, let's do a runoff. And we do a runoff, and we usually see the numbers come in about 9, 10 in the morning, and they tell us, okay, here's the numbers. We say, yeah, that looks good. Okay, you have to have it signed and returned before noon, because the market's going to change. So that's why we came up with the idea of could we have an authorized agent. So I want to put this in the lap of the board. Paul's been doing this for a long time. We talk about energy a lot. I'll put this in the lap of the board to decide what you post on this.
Yeah, and this was an operational efficiency, if I can dovetail into that, that we put in place to hedge on energy costs. And it's a system that has worked out well for us. We are locked in, I think it's the 26th on gas, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, we're locked into 26, but it's only 50%. And when the market went crazy, right at the beginning of the Ukraine war, when the world economy on consumption of gas went upside down, and the U.S. was in the midst of it, turning on liquid nitrogen exporting stations, so our supply and demand went crazy. We locked in another 25% for the present 2-year period. And you just never know when these things are going to happen. Where like we looked pretty hard at this winter, and Kevin and I have talked because he sees the market too, and I know I've talked to you a little bit, Paul. And it just didn't look like the market. It doesn't seem like anything that's going to happen right now that's going to change the market this winter and make that huge spike. And even the weather reports, which are part of it, are saying it's going to be a mild winter. And so we elected not to do that, but you never know. This could change on a dime, and we might want to lock in some positions before it, because right now, I'm going to go from memory. I think we're 50% at about 29 cents, and we're still in the winter of 25% at 49 cents.
Yeah, but
when the market spiked a year and a half ago, my point, it went to $1.50.
Right, and
that's you got to move.
This operational efficiency has allowed the district to save a lot of money by locking in energy prices, so that we can take advantage of those low prices when things go nuts and start a roller coaster ride of prices. So I'm not even sure I can quantify what that savings has been over this period of time, but it is something that has been has worked very well for the district. So
there are still
I don't think it's
an
issue with Mr. Troy continuing. Yeah, I'm not trying to advocate for it, but I'm trying to let you know that this is that has been done, that has been working well. Yeah, okay. And I'll stop right there. All right, so I know I'm involved in this action, but Mike, if you're okay with it. Absolutely. Okay, we'll go ahead and move that ahead to the board. And that's it for building and grounds. Move it to, less space.
Did you want to touch on 10.1.1 real quick? There's a bit in there that's probably something we should discuss about. My agenda's correct.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thanks for going. Thank you. Oh, yeah, so much fun about energy. We forgot about asphalt track though. So if we get back up to 10.1.1, anything to highlight on the fuel code and traffic hanging good?
I have so much other data here, I'm gonna just get my mind around this memo. So, well, I won't. We do this, every year. I do a little bit of this, and, the most important time to do it, you may have heard me say this before, I apologize, for the new board members, or if you didn't hear it before you missed the meeting. There's no better time to seal the asphalt, than when it's fresh. The composition of asphalt is liquid asphalt, sand, and, different gradations of rock. And, what happens is, as the sun and the traffic get on it, as the oil will start to decompose, and it's like the glue, and if it starts to go on the surface, then all of a sudden you're down to just the sand and the gravel, and then the sand starts to go away, and all of a sudden you degrade the asphalt at an accelerated manner. And putting that seal coat on as soon as it's originally cured, and the petroleum, the bad stuff in the petroleum products that are in the liquid asphalt kind of dissipate off the immediate surface, so you can get a bond. It's good to seal that up. Now after that, you know, if you get that space where the oil and the sand is kind of locked in, if you start to see, we plow the snow and you see a little bit of rock face, it's not that bad. Rock is porous, yes, but it's not as bad. You're still going to get a lot of miles out of it. There's one of the most respected people in this business I've been working with for a long time. And we had a nice long talk. And he told me that ideally we do this in 30 days. I'm like, we can't. Every time we finish an asphalt paving project like this, 30 days school starts. It's not going to happen, and then winter comes. And so we have to wait till the next summer. And that's better than ignoring it for years and say, well, that's good asphalt for a while. Let's wait till it's half crumbled. Then you're not going to get any value out of it. So this is a bid we took for all the paving we did last summer. Marlow, Martin, we did some work in the transportation center. Lost a lot over here. All the bidders are reputable on this, and have no reason not to recommend it.
So the leading bidder was your Denver, am I reading that correctly?
Yes.
Okay. Spoken to the quality of their work, so yeah, like, we okay with moving this ahead. All right, we will move that ahead to the board. Now we can go ahead with item 11.
Thank you. Legislation and Policy Committee, first thing, 11.1, legislation updates, no updates from my side. And then moving on to 11.2. Now, there's a fair amount of stuff in here, but I do want to make just one comment here, because there was a public comment referring to it. There is nothing in here that reflects the changes that were requested to us from the community to our policies here. None of that is in here, and it wasn't intended in here. I don't know that we're planning to bring anything up for that. I'm certainly not. But with that, I will hand it over to Ms. Lombard to go over the 400 pages of updates.
There was. So, for unit policy, we do have regular updates from press that come forward, and we did take a look at those. All of our departments have reviewed those that have to do with their area and storybooks. Take all those pieces together. This was a meteor press update this time. So I'm going to kind of highlight, some of them were just footnotes or references on there, but I do want to go through and highlight some of the ones where there are some changes, how will they impact us, and when might you see some of the things come forward on that. Section 2, as we look at the Board of Education, Policy 220, powers and duties of the board. There was With that, just changing the threshold for the bidding, raising the bidding threshold from 25,000, I believe, to 35,000, in there. Other is types of board meetings. There are, certain things that a board can go into closed session about. Later, there is another reference that we will go to, but one addition to that, the board can go into closed session, to a hearing regarding the denial of admission to school events. So that would be one more rationale that we could go into closed session. We have policy 220, board meeting procedures. There are certain times that a board member may be able to attend remotely. In addition to that, that is recommending is that a board member be permitted to attend remotely due to unexpected child care obligations. We've never used that, but if we do, and that would need be that recommendation to add that in there. Policy 4:10, fiscal and business management, requiring a board to annually present a written report that includes the annual average collection expenditures of the district's operational funds for the previous election. I was coughing, now you're sneezing, I apologize, this allergies, I don't know. But, for the previous 3 fiscal years. The requirement, talking with Mr. Altmeyer, this is something he does annually anyway as part of the 5-year plan, so we are set to go on that. Revenue and investments, policy 4:30, is adding that a district has an could use an authorized investment obligation of certain U.S. corporations, amending requirements of investment in short-term obligations of U.S. corporations. I said, Mark, what does this mean? And this is not something we typically do, but it is in there. It's an update to the policy here. We will move on to 4:160. It's prohibiting schools serving students in K-8 from scheduling pesticide applications on school grounds when students are in attendance. So that legal reference is updated in there. That is not something that we do. We send out notifications anyway. On the hiring, there's a couple things, policies that have to be updated for the future for employers requiring that we now must include the pay scale and the benefits. So what does that look like on job postings? HR is set, ready to go when that does come to fruition. 5:50. Legal references mandating instruction of the dangers of fentanyl and health education for students in grades 9-12 beginning next school year. Curriculum is working on that. In June, May or June, we'll be bringing forth what does that look like in the curriculum, but we are set to go there, so thank you, curriculum department. Substitute teachers, this is one where the policy is updating that substitute teachers can be paid for 120 days or 600 hours through the 2026 school year, but now they're permitting a board to employ a substitute teacher in a vacant position for 90 calendar days or until the end of the semester, whichever is greater. We needed to do that this year. In the past, you couldn't put a substitute in a vacant spot, right? You can't sub for somebody who's not there. But with the shortages that are out there, there have been some provisions. So one we will probably be looking to bring forward to hire at the in the December board meeting. Perfect. We're ahead of this. Curriculum or the calendar committee was ahead of this. Policy 5:330. We needed to add election day for 2024 in there. If it's already something you all approved in our calendar, it is now just going to be in the policy as well. And organization of instruction, policy 6:30. Boards must establish a full-day kindergarten program starting the 27-28 school year. That is something we have had in this district for far back as at least 2001. So, policy 660, curriculum content is updating, requiring instruction on Native American experiences and Native American history, starting in the 24-25 school year, as well, as we said, the fentanyl and health. And again, those are curriculum components that we will bring back in May or June, so you can see what that looks like in the curriculum, but we are set moving forward with that as well. Here's one with the 7:60 residency. So there were some legal references for some citations and provisions, but it also allows the board to adopt a policy to waive non-residency tuition for a child, student, who's a child of a district employee. So this is not saying that we are doing that. It gives us the option. It's something that the board can chew on, think about, could be potentially used as a recruiting or a retention tool. And so that this is something, you know, that the state is allowing. We would have to come back and write a policy of what that would look like. There are some districts who are doing that and others who are not. Student appearance, 7:160, prohibits a school district from denying students to wear the right to wear or accessorize their graduation attire with items associated from their culture, ethnic or religious identity. Some legal and policy reference updates to student behavior. The one we're holding just a little, they had a recommendation about AI and putting that under academic dishonesty. And we had a little conversation since we have a task force looking at that, just kind of to generalize that it would be academic dishonesty. I think it depends on how it's utilized. That committee working with the teachers and really what are those things that we should be utilizing AI for and what might fall under there. So this one is something definitely after that task force does their work, we'll be bringing that forward and seeing how that might implement in there. So we did not want to take all recommendations from press on that one there. 7:270, administering medication to students. The policy is updated here with allergy emergency action plans, requiring, another piece is requiring districts to maintain the supply of designated opioid antagonists, as well as a piece that would allow a district to put together a portion of the policy to store oxygen tanks if needed. Typically, that would be utilized maybe where in a special education program, not always. We do right now look at that case by case, and it be for the student's IEP or 504 based on the health need. We work with Mr. Rakosik on that if ever a need be. And so those are some of those updates to the administering medicine to students component there. 7:290, suicide and depression awareness prevention. It would be to make sure that staff are trained on the warning signs of mental illness, trauma, and suicide behavior. This is something we do on an annual basis with all of our staff. That used to be 612, and now all staff does. The other component, we're already ahead of the game on the back of the ID cards, having different contact information for various organizations where students can reach out for support. We did double check those. We work with technology on that, as well as Mr. Dean, making sure that any of the hotlines, if there's any changes to that, we have that updated prior to the beginning of the school year. And then the policy with visitors to and conduct on school property, 830, that goes back to the one we had started with, one of the ones we had started with that allows boards, permits boards to go back into closed session for hearings about denial to admission. We will never have to do that, but it is something there. So any questions, concerns, comments about any of the policy updates? This would just be the first reading, so they would be coming back. If there's anything that you do have any questions on, we can certainly dig deeper into those. Otherwise, moving on.
You know, I did want to address one thing that came up earlier in public comment. That even though the Grafton GOP worded something that is kind of implicit that's already covered in a policy, we do have specific language that says medication shall not be given to children without the written authorization of their parent. I think a point that was overlooked and certainly misconstrued in what my statement was on that parents should be the first authority in all treatment of their children. And by that, I mean psychological and medical. And so is there anything in our policies that states before a child is given any kind of care in that way, that there's a notification being made to the parents, either by the teacher or a school counselor?
Well, and another policy that they reference is administering medication.
Yes.
Right? And so kind of putting that, if you're looking at the more the counseling therapy component of that, that would be a different policy. And would actually fall under some of the guidelines that are out there for our social workers or school counselors. There are various components that students may come to a counselor or one of the social workers seeking some assistance. It's not something that one of our staff would go forward and approach conversation with. It would be there. And so there are confidentiality components and pieces that have to also depend on the student's age. However, when Ms. Gill and I were kind of looking at those, there are procedures and policy in place that after so many conversations, so many times that they were counseling, a session in schools, but if it comes to their counselor or social worker, that would be notification to the parents. And so that is already part of our policies and procedures, regardless of what the student is coming to that employee about. Is there anything you want to add with that piece?
I would just say that our school social workers do have guidelines that are outlined, and they're bound by, obviously, school ethics and privacy and those kinds of things. There is no federal regulation that specifically requires written consent. However, we do in our district follow procedures that, if a student is going to seek counseling after a certain number of sessions, the guidelines really say any student 12 years or older may request to receive counseling services without written consent. So there's that sort of initial layer, and the guideline says that any more than 8 sessions of 90 minutes or more. So that's the guidelines that our school social workers follow. I know that our school social workers make every effort always to be in communication with families, but they are bound by their code of ethics guidelines, and then there are just privacy laws that apply to students who are 12 years old or older, and those are defined by the state and federal guidelines. So I don't know if that's helpful, but they do follow the school social work guide that ISD shares and always in conjunction with our families.
Just to clarify, the policy that you're referencing, if they see a psychologist, they have to get permission from the parents before they do that. If they see one of the school-side psychologists, did I read that correctly? The social workers are a little bit different, and it can be a few weeks without.
So students can seek or receive counseling services, and in schools, sometimes psychologists do provide counseling services, but they're not, I think maybe what a psychologist could not evaluate a student for eligibility for anything without parent consent. So anytime we evaluate a student, whether it's a psychologist or any other related service provider, in that way, we seek parent consent always. So we would not ever evaluate a student for services without parent consent. However, a student can seek counseling support at any level. I mean, that's not just special education, that's any student in our district who requires support from or counseling that could be from a social worker, a psychologist, or a school counselor so that's the guidance there, but they wouldn't evaluate a student. Does that make sense?
I think one of the things to keep in mind is we look at the various policies and absolutely, right, we families to partner, with us on all aspects of components here, that our policies are in line with, press, they're, reviewed by our attorneys, and as we look at, dependent on how certain things would, or could be written, that one of the things we also want our students to know is that they have trusted adults that they can come to, if they are struggling. A lot of times there may be things that, could then, lead to, other aspects of mental illness and all of those things. And so while it's not leaving a parent out, as Mrs. Gill was talking about, like after so many, sessions or conversations that we've had, it's not that, oh, we're going to go up to this number here. But we want to make sure that we are supporting the child and providing a lot of times how is it impacting that educational environment there. And so looking at some of the terminology and whatnot, and it, I guess, depending on the specifics, if it's, I don't have the in front of me, but gender therapy and all of those components that mean counselors or social workers aren't necessarily trained in that type of therapy. It's more support for a student who might be struggling with.
Sure.
You
No,
know,
I understand, and, you know, our counselors and our teachers are all very caring people. The language that was presented in that policy drafted by the Grafton GOP, I don't think got its point across, and I think there is something to look into in that, regardless of what the subject matter is. You could say gender affirming care. It could be a number of issues that go on in the households of our students. And I think what's really important is that we never take the parental role out of those conversations, whether it's between a parent or a child and the teacher, or a school counselor, or a principal, or administrative staff, or the lunch lady. It's important that the parent needs to be brought in.
Yeah, and I would just echo what Ms. Lomberg was sharing too. I agree, parent involvement, communication is always at the heart of what we are doing, especially as, you know, special educators. There are certain regulations around permission to exchange information or even share information that we are all beholden to, not just in schools, but when, for example, we're asking to exchange information or share information with mental health facilities such as hospitals or even private placement facilities. We are required to get permission from students once they are 12 years or older. That's the same guidelines that we would have to follow in, you know, with our pediatricians. And so there are certain things that do require permission from students, but always our staff are working in conjunction with families and knowing that our families are at the heart of the support that students receive at home. So it is a partnership. I've seen, I just wanted to, I don't know if that's a distinction.
Yeah, I understand, and there's federal guidelines that we're following, there's state guidelines that we're following, but is there anything in our policies that say this will be a protocol, specifically of looping parents in to discussions that
I
are
think the
delicate?
protocol talks about just following the guidelines, you know, in terms of what our staff are required to do is follow the ethical principles that are outlined in the school code. And so I think our policy does support what you're saying. So I'm not sure that there's anything.
Well, maybe you could send it to me, or that specific area, and I can look at it a little more.
Well, we do
yes,
not have a policy that states that all of that would be parent permission anytime they're coming to see a counselor or social worker on that, because there are, as Mrs. Gill was talking about, that there are 12 and up and the student permission there. And so saying that for it to be written that way, that parents would be, you would need parental permission before having a counseling or a social work session with the students would be violating then that law. And so that would have to be something that wording, we'd have to work with legal on that, because
And I can share with you the, you mean, and you can find it anywhere, but the school social work guide for Illinois that we use as our guidelines, that outlines at least the laws that guide us in that. I can share that with you, and I don't know if that'll be helpful, but it does at least guide us in the work we're doing. And
Can I make a comment?
Sure.
Two things. So earlier we were talking, and this is strictly on the curriculum, we were talking about having parental involvement as part of the conversation with children being into accelerated programs. And we specifically said that conversations between students and parents for curriculum have to be followed. So I think that following that guidance, that same, if I understand Mr. Thompson, he's looking for that same type of guidance for this type of a situation. My feeling personally is that there's a fine line, obviously, between not school counselors, not psychologists, but staff, you know, teachers and students. There's a difference there, and those lines can potentially get blurred. And I find it that it's an undue burden for a staff member to have to take on a counseling role. And I'm talking staff, a teacher, to take on an undue burden having to act in a counseling role. So I'm glad to see that we have something in place where we have counselors, we have school psychologists, because I think that's where it has to get escalated to, so that there's not an undue burden on a staff member having to take on that responsibility. That's a huge responsibility when they have a class of 30 students. If they all came to them with that, that's a huge burden to put onto our staff.
Yeah, I mean, I think all of our staff are, you know, really good about making sure that they're using the right resources and referrals when that makes sense. And not every time a student needs to talk with a teacher, not every time that happens, it's counseling either. So, you know, our teachers are really good about knowing when to reach out for support. I think our psychologists and our social workers are also really good about supporting teachers, students, and they are very collaborative with our families. So I've not heard otherwise. I do think that they follow all of our policies, procedures. I think they follow their own guidelines as outlined by their professional organizations as well as the State Board of Education. And I think they're doing an excellent job of making sure they're bridging similarly to the conversations we're having about curriculum and instruction across the board. We are making sure that families are informed and aware, and that our staff are following every policy procedure we have in place, as well as the professional guidelines through. Okay, so.
And absolutely feel that it is extremely important to have that close school partnership. I do feel that our policies are in line and my recommendation would not need to make any changes with that. But again, that doesn't change that I do value the parent homeschool connection. But with these other guidelines and laws that are out there, with that I feel our policies are at this time.
Lombard, if I may. Policy 7:250 deals with student support services, and it talks in general about the discussion here. Would you like me to send that to you?
All right, so I think that was a good discussion. That will move on to number 12. I guess we need to move forward the policy back at the next meeting. I guess it's just a meeting, right? So we're good there. So we'll move to number 12, Board of Education. First one is 12.1 minutes. Any comments on the minutes that were presented for the November 9th meeting? Okay, with that, we'll move those forward for the next meeting. 12.2, Vehicular Control Intergovernmental Agreement. Janine.
Good evening, members of the board. Ms. Lombard, appreciate the opportunity to be in front of you tonight. You guys do have two documents for renewal after 20 years of the previous document being in place with Algonquin and Huntley Police Department. And, pending board approval, in summary, what these documents entail is the authority by the board given to the police departments to enforce traffic and parking regulations and laws, and have more local control. So those are just the summary of what those two documents you have in front of you. I will be more than happy to take any questions if you have.
There's been discussions at the board about helping manage the traffic in front of our buildings. Is there anything in here that we can utilize to help get support from the villages to support managing the traffic?
Is there anywhere specifically that you're speaking about?
Marlowe, which is not listed in here, but I'm just trying to ask if that's brought up at the board.
Again, it's not necessarily, we have been in discussions about those with the local police departments and trying to make sure and ensure that that area is as safe as possible, and those are ongoing.
I didn't know if there's anything in these that you felt about to keep up with discussion. This is about the vehicular stuff.
And it's only Algonquin and Huntley, so Lake in the Hills, is there a separate agreement?
No, those discussions were had with the Lake and Hills Police Department, but again, everybody slices the pie a little bit differently. Our goals are all the same in working to keep a safe environment, but again, state statute does allow law enforcement agencies to enforce the laws. Again, these documents here are a little bit more local control.
Thank you.
Questions, comments?
Okay. Thank you.
All right, 12.3. The Triple I Conference. So any of us went to the Triple I Conference a couple of weekends ago before Thanksgiving. And we think it's important to share some of the information. So start my agenda here. All right, so I went to a few things, and I'll try to keep this short. But this was my first conference going to it. I spent the first day in a meeting with board presidents, kind of going over the role of the board president. So there were folks like me who've only been in the role for 5 or 6 months, and then there were people who had been there for 27 years in the role. And found it really good. There was a legal discussion there that was outstanding. They brought a lawyer in there to talk about some of the rules around that. Very enlightening. The best part in the whole conference was really being able to sit down and just talk with other board members about what they're seeing in their schools. And so some of the sessions I went to were kind of, you're in a difficult situation, what would you do? That was kind of a fun one. I did that with Ms. Murray. And just meeting different topics about that. So my takeaway is for future years is to try to talk to as many board members as I can possibly while I'm there, because you learn so much about the different challenges they have on that. There was a topic around the legislation side, which is the fiscal side in Illinois, that had some interesting tidbits of we're looking okay right now, and then there's this $800 million deficit they're forecasting in the next year. They did seem to suggest that the increase that has been forecasted should continue through that, but you never know if they're $800 million short, where they're going to cut and reduce. Hopefully it's not on education. So I'll just run a little bit late, so I'll just pass it on to you, Ms. Clark.
I'll highlight my favorite one. That was end of the session. I believe you as well, or what? I crunched for that one, and yeah, I'll take that one. And Mr. Farr was in this one as well. I saw it was standing room only, so I was kind of out the hall and was still able to hear everything and get lots of pictures, and I got their presentation anyway. But it was how to bring the student voice to board meetings, and this was a high school only district, but there was definitely ways that this could be done at a unit district as well. Some things that we've kind of already started moving into the direction of having our student scoop each month. However, it was talking about having, in this case, a student board member. They're not voting members, but they are in all of the discussions. Actually, we're down at the Triple I, and it was just really interesting to see that perspective, because who knows it best. We're having a discussion, and the kids are out there in the schools knowing the impact of whether it be the curriculum or what's happening in the bus lot or whatnot, and to really be able to get the voice of the students, as the seven of you are making those decisions on the spot during the discussion. And so I know you had lots of notes, we took some various components there, and would be definitely something that we could look at, how do we bring more of that student voice? And for me, it's not just in the boardroom, but in our committees. Dr. Beelan and I have talked about things that they do at the high school, and they already have ways of doing that, but also to get that into some of our decision making.
Ditto. Yeah, I know. That was my favorite. I know I wanted to get front row, and I wanted to hear those students out, just to get their feel as far as how important they felt it was, and how important they felt their role was to the community. And I thought it was very inspiring, and it was a senior and a junior, so one was mentoring the other, and yeah, it was really neat how they were like they were given the pulse of the whole school, and it was really neat how they got that. They would, for instance, they would be in the lunchroom, and take little advice from, or little comments or from the other students. You want me to ask this, want me to ask this? I mean, from heavier topics to who get more cookies in the lunch, or, can you shove your weight around in the boardroom for that, or it was kind of cute. But even to heavier topics, they were really a good advocate, and they really showed the presence and the importance of their role. And so I think that would be really neat for our district and our board to bring that student representation to us. So that was my highlight. I was really excited about that. I didn't know you guys were all in there until I heard it. Yeah, so anyways, I asked the question about the walkout we had, and how would those student board members be involved in that? Would it come across different, or would it, their message be heard a little differently? I thought that'd be really neat. And so, and whatever that is, it's just it's just getting the students more involved with a lot of things when you have that representative. So anyway, so that was adding to yours, but I know, I went to a couple other ones, and I know, I thought it was interesting, the one that Ms. Barr spoke on, because it was like a new board, new admin, and how we all get started. That kind of reflects where we're at right now too. And I know I took away from, I think it was District 46, and they did a Let's Talk little, was it 46?
U46.
Yeah. So they did a little thing on their website that you can do Let's Talk. I think it's a third party type of thing, but it's interesting that the community, if they have any questions or they can't find anything, they can dump a question in there, and then they can get replies from whoever it would apply to. It was really interesting to hear that they've had that for a very long time, and it was really informative, I wonder if there's something. Not that our website isn't very clear. I mean, we can find stuff, but I just thought it was interesting, so I took away that. But anyways, but the students were my highlight.
Next up, okay. So I usually get long-winded on these things because I get a lot out of these. I'll try to briefer than normal. So the Friday part of the conference was spent with an IASD session. McGill was there, Lisa Strohmeyer, you were also in that one as well. We sat at different tables, so we got to mingle with other board members. It was a good presentation, not one of the best that I've ever been to. And it had to do with building some leadership skills, which I was enjoying. The afternoon, I took in a session about understanding impacts long-term for inflation, which is always a fun topic and very engaging. What I took away from that was actually what the market is expecting as far as interest rates over the next few years, as well as what the Federal Monetary Commission, and I probably messed that up, but there are different expectations over the next several years as well. Took in all three of the general sessions. They were good, but the Friday speaker, Dr. Terai Trent, and I hope I got that right, was probably the most engaging in my opinion. Saturday, in addition to the general session that kicked off the day, was the delegate assembly. And this was actually very interesting for me. So this year was a record 417 delegates attending. They almost outstretched the space that was reserved for them because they didn't expect that many people to be there. So as a consequence of that, they had to prioritize the space for the delegates and limit the number of people who could watch in the peanut gallery, which was very interesting. Overall, it took about 90 minutes to go through all the business that was on the agenda. I, as the elected a new president and vice president, Mr. Mark Harms, District 74, which is about 12 miles west of Pontiac, Illinois, was the near unanimous election as president, and then Tracy Sayer of the Triopia Unit School District 27, which is northwest of Jacksonville, i.e. the Springfield area. That was an interesting election because the first time in my 5 or 6 times of doing this, this was a contested race by somebody who took nomination before. The floor nomination did not win, but it was closer than I expected. It was 297 to 113. Gentleman, the young man who spoke, every year they have the president of the Future Farmers Association be given the floor and allowed to speak. And every year, these young men and women that represent that organization are very impressive. This guy blew my socks off. He's really, really special, and did a wonderful job representing his organization and all the students that are part of that organization throughout the state of Illinois. Regarding the resolutions, just as a quick wrap-up, resolution number 1 had to do with the construction of industrial facilities near a school or a school property. This one was not recommended to be adopted. It did fail, but I did learn a little bit more about the backstory. The school district that proposed this particular resolution was home to the stereogenic situation, and that really gave a little bit of a different spin or a color to the situation. But nonetheless, the resolution did not pass. Resolution number 2 had to do with the school resource officer. That one passed overwhelmingly and was recommended for adoption. That passed 345 to 61. And there was a lot of discussion, pro and con, on that before they went ahead to vote. Resolution 3 had to do with bus driver regulations change. No discussion on that one. That was passed 381 to 20. There was a recommendation to adopt it. Resolution number 4 was not raised for a vote. It was not resurrected. Had to do with employment history review. There was no appeal from the floor to discuss it, so it was not voted on. Resolution number 5 was the alternate state school funding. Again, there was no appeal from the floor to resurrect it for discussion. I spent a lot of time at the vendor fair talking to different representatives of firms who I thought would be not a benefit to the district, but could be future vendors or play a role. One of the most interesting discussions had to do with the electric sign company. So that's always fun, and seeing some colleagues from my ASCO, when I wear my school business official hat, there are people in my professional development community that are vendors down there, so it's nice to meet those folks. Again, a session on community engagement techniques. That was done through the Illinois Association of School Boards. There was a representative there. On Sunday, participated in a large district networking event with different school districts, mostly in the Chicago area. This one was of particular interest to me because there were quite a few who were part of the Kishwaukee division. And so being the chair of this region where our school district resides, I got to meet people who normally don't go to the Kishwaukee division dinners. It was good to connect with those people and learn a little bit more about why they don't go. That was helpful to me to understand that, and then what kind of bridges could be built from a regional level to get more engagement from districts. If you're not aware, our region goes as far north, or northwest as Hononegah, which is northwest of Rockford, and then goes as far south as Sandwich, Illinois. So you can imagine how difficult it is for people to drive such long distances to any event that might be had within the regional area. We happen to be a little bit more centrally located, so it's not that big. Service distance is a factor. And that really is the wrap of those plans.
Last but not least, I think I beat everybody at the conference for being the newest board member. Some people had been there for a month, and I had been there for like 3 days. So if there was a contest, I probably would have won that. But I attended a few of the sessions. I did attend the one with Denise, that she was a facilitator for the new admin and new board. I thought it was really interesting to learn because we had U46 and D155, and they had, the reason I attended it was because they were thrown into a situation similar to us. They had a superintendent that resigned, and then they had a superintendent that retired. And so they came at it from different areas, having to react quickly and then having that chance to plan. I thought one of the things that I took away was how they communicated once they select, I think it was 155, how they communicated when they did select their superintendent. But he went out there and, put communications out there online to people, but he communicated in the different languages that were native to the school district. And he only spoke English as his first language. So they actually had a Spanish teacher that was teaching him how to converse in Spanish. It took him hours to do it. But I thought that was a really unique way of connecting with the community. So I thought that was something that we could take away. The other session that I went to, the last day, was being a parent and being on the Board of Education and how to kind of wear those different hats. So, and obviously with me being a new board member, I thought this was important just because, we want to make sure that when we're out in the public, people know who we are. And we obviously, some of us have students still in the district, and so we want to act appropriately when we have our parent hat on versus when we are acting in our board capacity. So just a very good session. I thought it was just important since we spend money to go to this conference for all of us to be able to kind of report back on what we learn and what we kind of take away. It's not just 3 or 4 days of not being in our regular jobs and, just kind of socializing. There was a lot of good information, I think, that went on there. So thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to attend quickly.
All right, so we will, thank you for that. It was certainly an interesting conference. So, with that, we move to 13, board discussion. Any new business items?
I have one. I wanted to say that I think these meetings, the committees as a whole, are well for reporting on the progress that we made. The Acceleration Act, for example, exciting, and we got to hear some great news that's coming up. I wanted to make a proposal to pull the curriculum portion out of the committee as a whole for the next at least several months after we get into the new semester. For the reason of that being that I would like to be able to work with Dr. McCrinnell and the rest of the curriculum committee to pull in the principals from all of our schools on all levels, from primary, middle school, and high school, to get an idea and work with them on developing regular reports so we can see how each of these schools are working towards improving student performance.
So we should be looking at, I know that early on when we were doing our strategic plan measures, we talked about our district goals, and then the school improvement goals kind of dovetail off of those, and then grade levels and pods, and all the way down to the teacher component. So sort of taking those plans and just kind of highlighting and sharing what that is at the board level.
Yeah, and then we can come back and kind of condense that and put it in a digestible format for everyone to see what those plans are.
Yeah, I guess I think that's a good addition to this. It would be a good way to spend some time to understand what's happening at each of the different levels in each of the schools to go after student achievement, right? Scores are something that we're looking at. It's not all scores, but just to understand what the plans are to try to get back to where we are and even surpass where we were at. I think this would be a good thing, and I think the committee as a whole, everything gets so condensed in here. We jump from the acceleration thing to toilets. And we move back and forth, and I think it'd be good to focus in on really just the curriculum side of what we're doing to try to help our students.
Yeah, we could, put some structure together and propose it to you guys maybe at the next board meeting, because during one of my updates, and we could talk to you on Lombard and that was thing. Thank you.
All right, with that, we'll move to number 14. Are there any public comments? One. Right. Jamie, is it a T, Steve? Steve.
Here.
Oh my gosh. That's why we shouldn't use cursive anymore, because I can't read it. I apologize for that. Thank you.
Do I need to push something?
Yes.
Hello. I'm gonna make a couple comments here. I want to address what we were talking about with the policy discussion that was had. I'm gonna start this with, I was a student here from 1995 through 2004. 21 years ago, I stood in front of the board and was congratulated for going to state cross country. It has been a very interesting set of years since then. First, I've loved the staff in all of these buildings. I went through from all levels, 3rd grade on up. I graduated from Huntley High School, and I love the rapport that the staff frequently has with the students. That being said, I also grew up in a very different district than we have here now. It's a much smaller group. I believe it was my freshman year was the first time we had a graduating class over 100 people. Just in case anybody who's newer to this district does not understand the growth that has happened in the last 20 years. It's astounding. The makeup of the student body and the teachers is so incredibly different in a great, fantastic way. I'm glad to see that this district has gone from this little, very small school who is in a conference with Genoa, Harvard, and Hampshire, in case, again, anybody who's newer to the area does not know where we started from. We were also overwhelmingly white farm kids in this area, and that, again, has changed in a great way that we are now this diverse, inclusive destination district, and it is amazing. I now have my children in this district. I was so happy to find a home here and bring them back to Huntley. I am also queer, and that has a whole lot of connotations, but the important part is that I've lived a life that may be different from many other people in this room. And I know what it is like to be a child or a tween or a teen who maybe is not in a great relationship with their parents. I have some concerns here when we're talking about we must absolutely, whenever the students come to us with anything under a very vague, broad umbrella of things, we must talk to the parents. Now, don't get me wrong, I am a parent. I love talking to my teachers, or my kids' teachers. I absolutely love that we have that connection, that there's ongoing communication, especially within the curriculum and everything else. But if we want to talk about we have to out kids to their parents, please know that that entire suggestion, and maybe you don't realize that, but that could cause harm. If you have a student who is talking to a trusted adult, a teacher, a counselor, whomever, and they're above the age of 12, I recognize the law, absolutely. But if they're above that age of 12, they're above that age of consent in that sense. We as parents have to sign forms with pediatricians about whether the kid wants to say everything to their parents. How much do you share? And my father has disowned me. I was lucky enough to avoid coming out to him until I was an adult. I am lucky that I have another parent who has not. My children are lucky to have
another grandparent who is still involved. But my father is not, and I have known friends and family members who have been disowned by their entire families because somebody outed them to their parents, or maybe they outed themselves. But if a student has not told their parents something about their identity, there is a reason why they have not. And I think broadly, as a board, as educators, as parents, as humans in our society, we need to learn to listen to our children and to respect them. And if they do not trust their parents, there is a reason.
Thank you for that comment. I think it added to the discussion well. Right. That, we will move to number 15, and move into closed session at 9:09 p.m. And as indicated in the agenda, we will talk about, one, the appointment, employment, discipline, performance, or dismissal of specific employees. Collective, number 2, collective negotiating matters, litigation, and 14, discussion of minutes of meetings under the Closed Session Act. I'll make a motion to move forward. Can I have a second? All right. Thank you. Can I have a roll call?
Mrs. Murray?
Yes.
Mr. Bivens?
Yes.
Mr. Thompson?
Yes.
Mrs. Wiley?
Yes.
Mr. Troy?
Yes.
Mr. Craddy? Mr. Quagliano?
That is a done.